All right, good morning, everyone. So, first off, I just want to say thank you for making the time to join us this morning. We have a lot of really great information, amazing speakers to fill your day. Just a quick logistical piece of information: if you need to use the restrooms right across the hall, the food will be out, so feel free to get up and help yourself throughout the morning. And with that, I want to kick it off and please help me.
Thank you. Before I get started with my remarks, I'm not sure I've seen him yet, but I want to acknowledge Dominic Dursa, who will be here from the Speaker's office, and then my colleagues, Councilmember De La Rosa and Margaret D'Arrigo are here, and we're going to hear from Kathy Mahan from Senator Schiff's staff. So I want to acknowledge them for their presence and thank them. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to welcome all of you to Salinas and this important conference. I want to thank the organizers, our partners, and each of you for being here today. We've gathered because we share a common belief that the future of our communities is not simply something that happens to us, it's something we build together. And that is why today's conversation is so important. Infrastructure is often discussed in terms of roads, bridges, water systems, broadband, transportation networks, and energy. And those investments are critical. But infrastructure is about much more than physical assets. Infrastructure is the backbone of opportunity. It is the foundation that connects people to jobs. It helps businesses grow. It allows communities to compete. It creates the conditions for investment, innovation, and prosperity. And when infrastructure is strong, opportunity follows. When infrastructure falls behind, communities struggle to reach their full potential. For Salinas, this conversation is deeply personal. We are proud of our city, we are proud of our people, and we are proud of our history and the role we play in feeding the world. And every day we see the talent, determination, and potential that exists within our community. Yet we also face a challenge that many cities know full well. Too many of our young people leave in search of opportunities elsewhere. They grow up here, they attend our schools, they develop their talents in our neighborhoods, and then many feel they must leave to build the future they envision for themselves. When that happens, we lose more than residents, we lose entrepreneurs, we lose innovators, we lose future employers, we lose future community leaders. We lose future homeowners and families who might have invested their lives right here in Salinas. And with every talented young person who leaves, a piece of our future leaves with them. And that's why infrastructure matters. Infrastructure is not simply about what we build, it is about what we make possible. And when we improve transportation, we attract investment. When we expand broadband, we create access to education and innovation. When we strengthen our water systems, we support economic growth. When we invest in housing infrastructure, we help families stay and thrive. When we modernize our energy systems, we create certainty for businesses looking to invest. These investments create opportunity. They create jobs. They create confidence in the future. And most importantly, they create reasons for our young people to stay. So if we want Salinas to be a city that retains talent rather than export it, we must continue building the infrastructure that supports long-term economic prosperity. But we must also recognize an important reality. Government cannot do this alone. The challenges before us are too large and the opportunities too significant for any one sector to tackle by itself. The future will belong to communities that embrace partnerships. That means developing strong public-private partnerships. That means bringing together government leaders, business leaders, investors, educators, labor organizers, and community stakeholders around a common vision. It means thinking beyond traditional approaches. It means thinking outside the box. The communities that succeed in the coming decades will be those that understand that infrastructure is not just a public responsibility, it is a shared responsibility. And the private sector brings innovation, expertise, and innovation. The public sector provides vision, accountability, and long-term planning. Together, they can accomplish far more than either can achieve alone. But there's another reason public-private partnerships are so important. As communities across America confront aging infrastructure and growing demands, we are all being asked the same question. How do we finance the future? And that question must be at the center of our conversation today. Because the challenge before us is not simply deciding what we want to build. The challenge is determining how we will pay for the investment that the future requires. For decades, cities have relied on traditional funding sources. And while those tools remain important, we know that they will not be enough on their own to meet the scale of the opportunities and challenges ahead. And that must mean we must be willing to pivot to the future. We must be willing to explore new ideas, embrace innovation, and consider financing strategies that would have seemed unconventional just a few years ago. The communities that thrive in the coming decades will be the communities that find creative ways to unlock investment and accelerate growth. Here in Salinas, we are committed to having that conversation. We are already exploring new financial tools and new approaches that can help us move critical projects from vision to reality. We will be looking at opportunities such as an enhanced infrastructure financing district and other innovative financing mechanisms that can help leverage investment, support economic development, and create the infrastructure our residents and businesses need. And these tools are not in and of themselves. They are vehicles that allow us to invest in opportunity. They help us to align public priorities with private investment. They help us create partnerships that benefit the entire community. And most importantly, they allow us to think beyond the limitations of today and begin building the economy of tomorrow. Because if we are serious about creating a future where our young people can stay, build careers, raise families, and pursue their dreams right here in Salinas, then we must be equally serious about financing that future. And the question is no longer whether we can afford to invest in infrastructure. The question is whether we can afford not to. And every year we delay an investment is a year of lost opportunity. Every project we postpone is a chance for growth that may go somewhere else. And every missed opportunity makes it harder to create the kind of economy that retains the talent and attracts investment. And so that's why this moment is so important. This is our opportunity to think differently, to work together, and to build new partnerships that will help Salinas pivot to the future with confidence. The infrastructure challenges we face today are complex. Housing affordability, transportation demands, water reliability, economic competitiveness, and technological change are all interconnected. And the solutions require collaboration. They require creativity, and they require leadership. And that's why gatherings like this matter. They create opportunities to share ideas, learn from one another, and build the relationships that make ambitious projects possible. And every major infrastructure achievement begins with people coming together around a common goal. At its core, infrastructure is about connection. It connects neighborhoods, it connects businesses to markets, and it connects workers to opportunity, and it connects communities to their future. The decisions we make today will shape Salinas for generations. They will determine whether our economy grows, they will determine whether businesses choose to invest here, and they will determine whether the next generation sees Salinas as a place to leave or build a future. And the future of Salinas will not be determined by what we inherit. It will be determined by what we choose to build. The decisions we make today will shape the opportunities available for the next generation. They will determine whether our young people see Salinas as a place to leave or as a place where they can build a career, raise a family, and achieve their dreams. I believe our best days are ahead of us. I believe we have the people, the vision, and the determination to create a stronger, more prosperous Salinas. But achieving that future will require us to think differently. It will require us to forge new partnerships. It will require us to embrace innovative approaches to financing the infrastructure that will drive economic growth for decades to come. The question before us is not simply what we will build. The question before us is how boldly are we willing to invest in our future? Because infrastructure is the backbone of opportunity. And when we bring together the public sector, private industry, investors, and community leaders around a shared vision, there is no limit to what we can accomplish. So let us use this moment to think boldly. Let us have confidence in new partnerships. And let us leave here today committed to building the infrastructure, the economy, and the opportunities that will allow future generations to prosper right here in Salinas. Thank you for being here. For those of you from out of the area, welcome to Salinas, And I know everybody is looking forward to a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Realized I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Sophia Rome, Community Relations Manager for the City of Salinas, and I'll be your MC today. And I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, which is Kathy Mahan. She's the Central California Regional Director for U.S. Senator Adam Schiff's office. In her role, she's the primary contact for the senator for 16 counties in Central California, including Monterey County. She's based in Fresno and has worked for the federal government since 2017, and she's here this morning to share some federal updates with us on infrastructure. Please join me in welcoming Kathy.
Good morning. There is a lot in federal government, so I probably will not hit on everything, but I did want to give a little bit of an update on where we are with, I guess, a little bit of insight from our policy team that they've shared that can kind of give you a look at maybe where we're at with planning for the transportation and infrastructure, or the, I guess, service transportation kind of areas of the federal government. So the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee has passed the Building Unrivaled Infrastructure and Long-Term Development Act. It's called Build America 250th, it's kind of a short name for that. It is right now, that bill is funded at $580 billion for fiscal years 27 through 31, which is a decrease from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which was funded at $643 billion. And it also eliminates advanced appropriations through the general fund. So that's passed out of committee, but has not gone to a full vote in the House yet. That there was no indication of when the House will bring that up. And as of last night, there did not appear to be enough votes from the Republicans to move that along. So that's kind of uncertain right now. Also on the House side, the transit portion under Title III, the House bill funds the Federal Transit Administration at $87.6 billion, which includes funds for urbanized area formula grants, capital investment grants, and bus facility grants. And that's funded, so that is also kind of moving through and is kind of, I think, in that same area of, depending on if they can build enough votes, where it'll move through. On the Senate side, the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Package is still in development. It has not really moved very far in any of the three committees that have oversight over that. And at this point, with the September deadlines looming for that, it appears that there will likely be a short-term extension for that. There are some issues with some of the fiscal conservative Republicans may not be on board with just allowing an extension. So that could become a bit of an issue come September. So that is something to watch, and hopefully we can just have an extension, keep it at the existing funding levels, and not have it turn into a shutdown or have worse impacts. But that is something that we're working through. In terms of Senator Schiff, he does support full funding at the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. He would like to see the programs, adjusted for inflation and, at those levels. And he would also like to create a dedicated funding program out that would allocate direct dollars to regional and local governments for improvements and maintenance on local infrastructure. So that's something he will be advocating for. So outside of that kind of moving forward, I did want to just mention that even though there's been a lot of changes and I think some uncertainty with the changes that the the current administration has put in the rollback of some funds, there is still federal dollars and grant programs that are available and funds that all the communities and all of you could be like going after. So I wanted to mention a few that are open right now as a potential opportunity. What I would say is that most of you, I'm sure, are very aware, very well versed in this, but like pay attention to grants.gov. There are a lot of grants coming up just in the last week or so. I've been just kind of monitoring it. And there are a lot of opportunities there. So I would just keep an eye on that because there just all of a sudden a program will open up and there will be funding out there. So just keep an eye on that. So I did want to mention that the FEMA building resilient infrastructure communities like the BRIC grants, those opened in March, and there is an application deadline of July 23rd for those. They're $1 billion hazard mitigation and infrastructure resilient project grants. So want to point that out. The Federal Highway Administration has some bridge investment grants that are open. So there are two deadlines. One is June 15th and one is June 29th. One's for the June 15th grant deadline is for planning applications, and then the June 29th is bridge project applications. So that there's funding there. U.S. Department of Agriculture on May 27th announced $65 million for resource conservation and private land funding. And let's see, those deadlines are July 27th. And U.S. Department of Justice, COPS grants, they on June 2nd noticed that they have another round of those going, and those are the deadlines July 16th. So outside of kind of existing grants, our offices also, our office and other federal offices have what are often referred to as earmarks, but we call them congressional directed spending in the Senate. That is another way to go after funding, and many of the communities here have applied for those. I did want to give just a little bit of perspective on that because I know it's something that everybody's kind of planning for, and there's often disappointment if your project doesn't get through. In our office for fiscal year 27, we had over 1,300 applications, and we submit very less than probably 100. So it's a very competitive. And so I just want to kind of talk a little bit about just that process and maybe like ways that I can be helpful or start working with you to kind of see if we can work together more and create more so I have a better idea of what your projects are, so I can do a better job of advocating for this region. So usually those projects we start in, the applications are going to usually come open in February, and we evaluate them in March, and it's a very, very fast process. It's all done in a couple of weeks, like once we get the applications and the review process. So what would be helpful is for all of you to kind of think about reaching out to me earlier in the process so I would know more about your projects so that I can do a better job of giving feedback to our team, ranking them in a better way that like puts your most highest priority like further through so that things aren't getting left behind. So I know sounds like my time is up. So I'm happy to be here, introduce myself I'll be here all day, talk to folks, come back, visit your projects, learn more. We want to be a partner. We want to advocate for this region. My job is to advocate for you. So please don't hesitate to reach out. The more I know, the more successful I can be at getting your projects, support that are needed so that you get the funding that you need. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Kathy, for that great update on the federal picture. So I'd like to invite our next speakers up to the stage, and we're going to talk a little bit more about infrastructure, but at the state level. So as we're looking at the state level, we're going to hear a little bit about the decisions being made in Sacramento, what's going to basically how these decisions are going to shape and build and maintain and afford the next decade and beyond for Salinas. So I have the privilege of introducing two people at the center of all of this work in California. So we have Bob Tiffany. He's a commissioner with California Transportation Commission, the state body that programs and allocates billions in state and federal transportation funding each year. Bob is going to ground us in the findings of the Commission's 2025 needs assessment, which is required under Senate Bill 1121, and gives us the most comprehensive look at what we've had in years and the gap between what California's transportation system needs and what we can actually pay for it. The numbers are significant, as you'll hear, and they set the table for everything else that we're going to be discussing today. So we'll also hear from Kiana Valentine. She's the Executive Director of Transportation California, a statewide association representing the transportation construction industry that designs, builds, repairs, and maintains the multimodal transportation system. Kiana's team has been doing deep research on the funding tools that could close the gap from road usage charges to EV charging fees to registration-based approaches. She'll take us through what's variable, what's on the table, and what trade-offs policymakers are wrestling with. So I'll be helping to facilitate this conversation, but I would like to pass it over.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I start with my presentation, I'll just mention I've been on the commission for just about 2.5 years now. I have the honor of being the first commissioner from this area, from the Central Coast area. I live in Hollister, spent much of my time in Salinas and Monterey area over the years, grew up around here. So, you know, I'm a local person. If any of you out there, you know, want to speak to me further about any of this, I'm very nearby. So anyway, happy to be here today. Thank you for having me. As was mentioned, I wanted to get into the 2025 needs assessment overview. And so we're going to get into what the needs are, the revenue shortfall. Let me just start by saying that, so back in 2017, almost 10 years ago, the legislature identified that there was, over a 10-year period, at that time, there was a $59 billion shortfall in the highway system, a $78 billion shortfall in local streets and roads. And so partly out of that finding, SB 1 passed. I know all of you out there are familiar with SB 1, the gas tax, and that was passed in order to at least partially address that shortfall. It was understood it wasn't going to fully address it, but it was for the first time going to be a sustainable, steady stream of revenue. So that was a very big deal for the state of California and for transportation. But that goes back 9 years ago. And so now with, as was mentioned, with Senate Bill 1121, it was determined that there would need to be a needs assessment that would look at a 10-year period with 5-year updates. So with that being as a background, let me get into, you know, what was found. So again, it requires the commission to prepare a 10-year statewide transportation needs, which involves assessing the cost to operate, maintain, and grow the statewide multimodal system, consider the cost to address things like climate change, climate resiliency, compare costs against available revenues and provide recommendations. It's, hopefully you can read this. And this was a very, we have a staff, the commission has a staff of about 45 people. It's a tremendous staff. I know Kiana works with them, and I'm sure she can agree that I think most of us on the commission probably say it's the strongest staff in the state. And I know many of you out there probably have worked with the CTC staff. And if you have any questions, I would encourage you to work with them. But this was a very thorough needs assessment done over a 15-month period. There were, I think, something like 11 workshops throughout the state. There were meetings with some of you out there with regional, local agencies to come up with this. So, but getting into the specifics, looking at what the needs are, and you'll see that on the left, basically transit and rail, $350 billion. One of the adjustments for me when I got on this commission was to realize the amount of money that we're talking about in the state of California. And, often at one of our meetings, we are approving somewhere in the $1 billion range with a B. And it's hard to wrap your head around that, but that's what we're talking about. So this is a 10-year needs assessment, 350 and change billion for transit and rail, local roads and streets, 240 billion, state highway system, over 100 billion, and then getting into complete streets and active transportation, 34 billion, and then some additional tribal transportation, climate change issues, electric vehicle charging. Bottom line, what they determined over a 10-year period, a needs of just over $750 billion over that 10-year period. So now we're looking at what is the revenue situation? Coming in from the state, 185.5 billion. This is SB1 money and some other funding. Local and regional sales tax, 126.4 billion. So again, what we're talking about there is there's many self-help counties in the state. Monterey County is a self-help county, which is great. It means that you have voted to have a sales tax to help support transportation funding. San Diego County, I know, is self-help, as well as Santa Cruz County. When you're a self-help county, you're not only bringing in money locally to address transportation needs, but you're also there's other pots of money that are available to you. So that's a real key issue here. But anyway, 126 billion from sales tax locally. Federal money, we just heard from federal conversation, 46 billion, transit 43, from tolls and other local. Bottom line, $572 billion in revenue. And then, and we're going to get a lot more into this, this is what Kiana is going to get into, is it's estimated that the impact from declining fuel consumption. So we've been, as a state, have been pushing strongly to try to get more and more people to purchase and drive electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles, which of course is a good thing for the climate, but it means that there's less fuel tax coming in. And this is an issue that is going to have to be addressed. So looking at looking at the next slide quickly, this is what we're looking at. Needs 756 billion plus, revenue 572 billion, and then included in the shortfall of $215 billion is estimated $31.1 billion in estimated impact of declining fuel consumption. So the bottom line is we're short of a lot of money. No way around it. SB1 has certainly helped us address the shortfall over the years. It's been a blessing to have that for transportation. But as we can see, in of itself, it's not nearly enough to cover the 10-year period, next 10 years we're looking at, particularly, and it's just one piece, particularly with the declining fuel consumption that we're seeing. On top of that, if you think about it, not only do we have declining fuel consumption, but we also have extreme climate events that are happening more and more. Being on the commission, I can tell you that we, at the last few meetings, we've had to allocate more money to emergency funds because of wildfires, flooding. So suddenly we have to allocate a significant amount of money to deal with those kind of situations. Obviously, because there's been a shortfall, there's deferred maintenance that we're talking about dealing with. Unfortunately, when there's deferred maintenance and projects are pushed out, that only costs more money because time is money. So it all adds to the situation we're dealing with. But this is the reality, and it's good for us all to know what we're looking at and how to address it. So next slide, please. So this chart just shows basically what we're talking about, first principles, and it helps establish the objectives that the legislature should be addressing when they are looking at a sustainable revenue stream, money for transportation. We have SB1. It's based on fuel consumption, but if we're looking at other approaches, road user charge, for example, which Kiana is going to get into, these are some of the principles we're going to be looking at. Obviously, safety and security. Safety is always number one, but there's many other issues that we have to look at as well, whether it be equity and accessibility, sustainability, climate change, of course, economic development, maintaining the infrastructure, innovation. There's a number of principles that we're going to be looked at. And as we move forward, it's something that is going to have to be decided. Hopefully sooner than later, we address this. But with that being said, I think I'm going to be turning it over to Kiana. This gives you the preferred scenario, which Kiana will be getting into a phased implementation of a sustainable funding mechanism. It is going to require legislative action. Obviously, it's political hot potato. No one wants to deal with this. We'll talk more about that in a bit, I'm sure. But the goal has to be to implement a new funding mechanism to stop the flow of or the shortfall that we're seeing. So Kiana, you're up.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was a great table setting for, I think, hopefully a really robust conversation about, so what are we going to do about a $215.7 billion 10-year transportation funding need? I want to go back to the numbers you cited really quick, going off script already, about the state highway and local street and road needs back in 2017 when we did SB1. SB1 will generate approximately $54 billion over a 10-year period. We're 9 years into that. So how have the numbers gone from collectively $130 billion over 10 years to $215.7 billion over 10 years when we have added more money to the system? Because I think voters are going to want to know and hold legislators and local officials and all of those involved in setting tax policy, show me that math, right? And I think two key components I'd like to point out is the climate adaptation work state and locals are having to do to ensure just existing infrastructure today withstands sea level rise and flooding and wildfires. And that is an incredibly expensive endeavor. I think it said 16 billion. Maybe we can go back to that really quick. 16 billion just for sea level rise and storm surge on the state highway system. I know in the Bay Area, I think their climate on the local and state system, their climate needs are another 16 billion. So that is really having a tremendous impact. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to be aware of that and to be able to talk about that. So it doesn't feel like we just gave you 54 billion and you've done nothing with it, right? And SB1 has been successful. Local streets and roads, pavement conditions have increased. The state highway system is meeting performance targets in a better way than they were 10 years ago. But we were in such a hole, it's incredibly expensive to dig us out of that. And then also, I think those figures didn't include the needs on the transit and rail system. And that is also an incredibly important component of how Californians move around the state and their communities. As many of you know, there is a lot of funding that is potentially going to be lost this year for transit operations and capital and rail because of what CARB has done with the Cap and Invest program. Notwithstanding how you feel about what they did on the regulatory side of those things, it will take around 1.65 billion away from transit annually. So these are astronomical numbers. It is an incredibly complex and challenging situation to get into. And luckily, I like political hot potatoes. I don't know what that says about me. And so I'm really excited to chat with you a little bit about the work Transportation California is doing, which again, Sophia, you gave a good overview of what we are, but we're essentially a statewide labor management organization that brings the workers that build the infrastructure and in the companies that hire and employ them to do that together to the table to try to advocate for state funding solutions and policies that allow us to be as cost effective as possible with our dollars. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out my vice chair is sitting there, Brian Dowd with Granite. Pleased to have this opportunity to talk a little bit about what we're doing. So principles of a good tax. This is like parallel to what the commission did in terms of their first principles. What should we be concerned about when looking at new funding solutions? Because we could just go to the voters and say, let's increase the gas tax again. They know what it is. They're comfortable with it. They don't like it very much. It's already pretty high. But that would be something we could do. But is that, let's pause and say, is that the right path for the state of California? Is that feasible in the long term? Does that solve some of the challenges we're facing right now, which is not everyone is paying the same for the use of transportation infrastructure. If you take it back to when we did the first gas tax in the early 1900s, every vehicle got 8 miles a gallon and they all used gasoline, right? Like everyone paid the same amount. Now we could be driving the same amount and someone's paying $600 a year in gas taxes, someone's paying $300 a year, and another person is paying $0. So that it's created a lot of inequities. And where those inequities are most acute are in rural and suburban communities and super commuters, folks that are having to live further away from where they can access living wage jobs. Lower income folks who can't afford to upgrade their vehicles as often or afford a pricier electric vehicle. Those things are coming down in price, but there's still a pretty significant gap. Now I'm getting off on my tangent. Sorry, I know we're on a timeline. But let alone the infrastructure to charge those electric vehicles, right? So these are the principles that we came up with. What makes a tax option better than another tax option? Is it simple? Is it robust, fair, and equitable? Does it generate sustainable revenue? As much as I like a political hot potato, I don't want to be recreating the wheel again in 10 years because the tax mechanism we picked is already insufficient. Is it efficient? And then more modern tax policy requires us to think about security and integrated with the rest of the tax system. And this took about 300 pages and 9 months of an academic doing really good work boiled down into one slide. So how do we take those 7 principles and translate that into an evidence-based approach to analyze tax policies? Those 7 principles became 20 evaluation criteria that became 40 research questions. And at the start of the effort, I think we had 24 or 25 different tax mechanisms on the table. We whittled those down almost immediately to stick to user pay concepts. I think in a crowd of local government folks, could we increase the property tax to pay for transportation? Sure. Should we? Absolutely not. So we don't need to think about that option any further. So what is in the category of user-based tools? And so this is what came out. Again, another 200 pages of research and 6 months of effort. I don't anticipate you're being able to sort of make sense of that. Happy to provide. This is all on our website, by the way. But the end of it, we looked at a gas tax, a sales tax on fuel, a kilowatt hour tax, registration charges, road usage by time, road usage by distance, and then tolling. And the tools that came out at the top, the 3 sort of recommendations that came out of the report are figuring out a mixed array of fuel taxes. So keep the gas tax and charge a kilowatt hour tax or an equivalent to hydrogen, so that regardless of what fuel source you're paying a user fee, much like the gas tax, into the system. It's pretty simple from the gas user perspective. Nothing really changes for that end user, but we're asking for ZEV users to contribute to the system in a fair way that will allow us to help maintain some of our infrastructure. Another option is to eliminate the gas tax and replace it with a per mile charge on every vehicle. From a purely policy perspective, not politics, not any of those other things, this is the single best option. It is the fairest way to assess how much you're using the system, and therefore you contribute. I think about it like some households are more efficient with their electricity use and their water use. It's sort of the same thing, right? But then if you add politics into that, it was a little bit more complicated. So then option 3 is the mix model, where you sort of blend options 1 and 2. You keep the gas tax and you do a road user charge for all zero emission vehicles, whether it's electric or hydrogen. I will tell you, the Transportation California Board of Directors just about 9 months ago now adopted a policy of wanting to explore the mix model through state legislation. And I want to talk a little bit about why not option 1, kilowatt hour over road charge. We get a lot of questions about that. It seems simple, right? You plug your car in just like you hook up a gas pump. The meter knows how much electricity you're using. You can assess a charge and you're done. You don't need private information. No one needs to track where you're driving. Some of those security things, it seems very logical. But most home charging, or most charging, happens at home. 70 to 80% of charging happens at home. So that means those folks are going to need to install infrastructure in their homes that assesses their electricity use. And I think the more we dug into it, the more complicated it got. Are you turning your wash machine on, or are you charging your car? And I mean, there are ways around that, but the technology hasn't really kept pace with that sort of concept. And you've seen that across states. For states that have done a kilowatt hour tax, and there are a handful, they do it on public charging. And it's a way to sort of capture out of state folks coming into California or coming into their state and using public chargers. So the other thing is a kilowatt hour, electric vehicles get more efficient over time. And so it's going to suffer the same challenge as the gas tax. And you have different efficiencies of a Hummer EV versus, a Nissan or something like that. I think that's why, for us, this tool really stood out, and this recommendation really stood out as the path forward. Road charge doesn't care what kind of fuel you're using. It's based on usage. It's the closest thing we have to what the gas tax was 100 years ago. Okay, So that I know we probably went way over on time. We could talk about this forever, but we'll stop there, Sophia, and see what questions you have for us.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I know. I think it was really, really great information and really framed everything for us. There were a couple of things that kind of popped out at me. One of the thing is like we never like to hear about deficits, right? But it's the reality that we live in. So, Bob, you mentioned that there's just in declining fuel consumption alone, $31 billion projected revenue loss. And then that's against the 215 billion overall shortfall. So what does that mean? We have, local officials in the room, public works directors and city managers. So what does that mean? Does that mean that roads are not getting repaved? What does that actually look like?
It remains to be seen, but I think what it looks like, looking at the flow of the way that transportation revenue flows to projects, transportation projects, I think that we're likely to see the two areas that are going to be impact most and first would be the SHOP funding. And SHOP funding, as most of you know, has to do with maintenance of the highways, our bridges, rail systems, et cetera. So it's dealing with maintenance. And it's by far and away the largest funding that we have in the state. So we're going to see SHOP impacted. It probably doesn't mean, it may mean that some projects just don't get done, some maintenance issues don't get done, but I think more likely it's going to be, we're going to see more and more deferred maintenance projects that are, we're already seeing that where this year we're having to push projects that Caltrans would have done possibly this year, and it's going to move into next year or maybe beyond that. The other area that we're going to see, unfortunately, for many of you in the room, I think we're going to see more of an impact for local roads. And so I'm not talking about regional highways. I'm talking about the local roads and streets that, the city of Salinas, Monterey County. I come from Hollister. I can tell you your roads are in much better shape than the roads we see in San Diego County. But so I think for local and regional areas, that's going to be, again, a challenge. Hopefully it doesn't mean that those local roads and streets will be dealt with, but again, probably unless you can come up with other funding, probably pushing back, pushing out some of those projects. So I think that's, what we're going to be seeing. It remains to be seen. Maybe there will be changing in priorities as far as how certain things are addressed. And I know Caltrans is starting to, as we are evaluating and as we're seeing projects come before us, they are prioritizing certain things over other things. And so that's, I think, a part of it as well. Kiana, I don't know if you have further thoughts about this.
Yeah, I think it's going to get increasingly more difficult in the out years of that 10-year horizon. What SB1 also did was levy a transportation improvement fee, so a registration for the very first time that goes to transportation. All your other existing registration fees support DMV and CHP. And those are flat fees everyone pays regardless of the type of fuel. And so that's sort of bolstering the decline in gas tax revenue. Those are sort of staying flat and growing a little bit while the gas tax has this more the declining trend. In 5 years, I don't know if the registration fees are going to be able to hide the declining revenue. And so I know for cities and counties, I used to work for the State Association of Counties. I was sort of born and raised in local government, if you will, and worked with the public works directors throughout the state. I think you're going to start seeing projections in 2 or 3 years where your gas tax dollars for your basic public works budget start to decline. It's going to translate to fewer projects, fewer maintenance, fewer safety upgrades, all of those things.
Yeah, and I was going to also add, I feel strongly, and I'm sure that most of you out there agree, is that I think that, we're looking at this shortfall based on, the projection of what things are going to cost. I think it's really going to be critical that as a state and as regional, cities and counties, that we look for ways to be more cost effective, cost efficient in terms of how we do our projects. The expense of getting transportation projects done in our state is just, it's crazy. And the amount of time it takes to get projects done, and as I said earlier, time is money. So the longer it takes, the more expensive it is. I think somehow as a state, we're going to have to address some of those issues. How do we become more cost efficient? I know we're seeing finally some changes in terms of how CEQA is applied to housing. Personally, I think we may need to take a look at that in some other areas as well as a state, so we can reduce some of the costs, get projects done quicker. Anyway, that's my point of view. But I think that's something we need to look at.
Thank you. And Kiana, I know you were dipping your toe in this equity conversation, so I want to make sure that we have space for you to expand on it, because I think it's really important, especially as it impacts Salinas and our surrounding areas. So you had mentioned about how some of the tools, the funding tools that are on the table, they impact communities differently, like rural communities, or like in our area, an agricultural community. So how do we design a new funding system that's sustainable and we take those impacts into consideration?
Yeah, the equity component, particularly from the rural agrarian perspective, is a difficult one. Some tools perform better. A registration fee, to me, is another very politically easy thing to do, but does not perform very well, because Commissioner Tiffany and I could drive the exact same car, pay the exact same amount, and I drive 500 miles a month and he drives 5,000. And we're paying the same amount for that. So good for Bob, who's maybe in the rural, it's beneficial to you, but I'm not paying my fair share, and you're there's this subsidizing that's going on between taxpayers. To be frank, going to a road user charge doesn't necessarily fix the inherent challenges rural communities face, which is that they just have to drive farther. And that's going to persist under any tax structure that I can think of. But it's about making everyone else pay their fair share. That's what it's really come down to for me. Those that can afford a more fuel efficient vehicle, those that live in areas that don't require them to drive as much, those that get to opt out of cars because they have robust transit and rail options. They benefit from the system too. The miles you all are putting on your roads, what did we say? Feeding the world with your agricultural goods. Like, there is a tangible benefit to people outside of the rural areas from the work you do and the sort of infrastructure requirements that result from that. And to me, it's important that we find a way to try to make sure everyone is helping pay for that. So that's an honest answer. I don't know if any tax system is going to undo the inherent challenges of living in a rural community, but at least we could try to make everyone else pay their fair share. That's my sales pitch to road users charging or anything else that we're looking at to fix the gap.
Oh, awesome, thank you. So we all want to know about what policy and regulatory influences. There was mention of the transportation funding picture. Obviously, there's an impact with the gas decline, but that's not the only impact, and sometimes those impacts are stretching us in all different directions. So some that come to mind: state GHG and VMT reduction goals, the addition of active transportation and transit goals and performance targets that the state highway to the state highway system, climate adaptation. So these kinds of policy and environmental mandates, how should we be treating those? Are these like costs that we need to plan for, or are these complications that we need to try and work around?
Well, I'll jump in here. So I think that, since I've been on the commission, one thing that I find really interesting is that when you're dealing with transportation in the state as large as California, you're dealing with a lot of different issues, and it certainly goes a lot more than just, do you have enough money to get a project done? You're dealing, of course, with climate change issues, and you're dealing with housing issues in our state, and transportation crosses, it crosses across all of those areas. So trying to find the right balance, I think is really important. Since I've been on the commission, and again, I'm told I'm the first commissioner from a truly rural area. And, whether it be Samuel County or Monterey County, it's not as rural, but it's ag just like Samuel County. And people are driving much longer distances. And in a county such as this, or in Samuel County, where I come from, or other rural counties, we don't have many of the same transit alternatives or options that we see in the Bay Area or Los Angeles, for example. I like to say, when I've been on the commission, I've said it many times, one size doesn't fit all in our state. A state as diverse and geographically different, and from a population standpoint, the idea that you would apply something like VMT, vehicle miles traveled, to Salinas area projects or Hollister area projects, the same as you would for the Bay Area or Los Angeles, where you have many alternatives to offset VMT. You have many mitigation options. It simply doesn't make sense that you would apply it the same. And so I think more and more people are recognizing that. Kiana and I, in fact, are working together to try to address that in rural areas. In the bottom line is, yes, we have to mitigate how projects impact climate, but we also need to take a look at what are the alternatives. It does not make sense to have a VMT mitigation so large that the cost of mitigation might be greater than the cost of the project itself, meaning that you simply can't get the project done. And for those people that are traveling more distance, farm workers that have to drive many, many miles to get where their work is, or people like in Hollister that are driving up to Silicon Valley, they don't have transit options. So we need to deal with, from a safety and congestion standpoint, the roads and deal with them. So anyway, I could go on and on about this. Is one of my favorite subjects, but there's a lot of issues one has to look at, I think, when you're looking at transportation projects in our state.
Ditto. We have a bill. You should look at it, AB 2059 by Assemblymember Lori Wilson, that says VMT, if a transportation project creates VMT, the requirement should be different in rural areas for those exact reasons that the commissioner just laid out. And so it attempts to sort of put some guardrails so that mitigation costs aren't killing projects, essentially. It's not even driving up the cost of projects in a rural area anymore. It's just killing projects. I just want to give you some examples. This changed from level of service, which looked primarily at car congestion, to vehicle miles traveled, which looks more at how all modes of transportation can accommodate development and growth. Dates back to 2013, and at the time it said you have to do it in infill areas. You may do it everywhere else, and the state went full bore everywhere else on day one. And that to me has been the problem for the last 13 years. To give you examples of how this is finally playing out, even in urban areas, there's a project in Orange County on I-5. It doesn't add a square foot of pavement. It is repainting a high occupancy vehicle lane to a managed lane. That's exactly what the state wants us to do, by the way. Make our existing infrastructure more efficient. It's a $400 million project in and of itself, a paint job, putting, the tolling infrastructure in, $400 million. The mitigation is $443 million. So that project is over $800 million right now. How do we go ask the taxpayers, give us more money, your roads are in really bad shape, and justify that? It is not anti-transit, anti-bike ped, because that's what that VMT dollar is going towards, trying to support those other modes and give people alternatives. But doing it at the project level like that is really inefficient. It's incredibly inefficient, and it'll stop projects like State Route 25 that stand to really benefit this community. And so we see a big problem with that, and that's something that we're happy to be championing with the commissioner.
Okay, so we have about 2 more minutes, but there's a question here from our audience. With RVC, what are some ideas on ways to capture revenue from out-of-state road users? Do you have any thoughts on that?
RVC, road, maybe RUC?
RUC, sorry.
Okay, yeah. Good question. Other states are requiring folks that come in so if they're a gas user, I guess, they're going to fill up arguably in California. So it's that segment of ZEVs that are coming in out of state. That's where the kilowatt hour tax could come in as a complementary policy, because they're probably not going to be charging at a home. They're going to be using public chargers at hotels and throughout parking garages and all of those things. And so I think the kilowatt hour is a really interesting solution for that sort of niche question. Other states and countries require folks to essentially have a day permit, a mileage permit, a time permit. I'm going to be in the state for a week, and so I have to get my little permit. I don't know operationally, that seems more complex than going to a kilowatt hour. So that's something that we're going to have to explore. But it's a great question, because we do have a lot of out-of-state travel, lots of tourism in our state, and we want to find that right balance there.
All right, well, thank you so much for this great conversation and your insights. Did you have any last closing words before we go to break?
We probably have a lot more to say, but so be careful what you ask us.
Right.
Yeah. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna transition into a quick 10-minute break. If you didn't see on your table, there's table cards there. If you have a question, if there's time as we're going through the panels to take on a couple of questions, we will do that. We have our team here kind of screening through the questions. But if not, we'll hold them and make sure that they get to our panelists and try and get answers out as best as we can. Okay, thank you. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. All right. Wow, that got quiet really quick. All right. So we talked about federal, we talked about state, and now we're going to really dive deep into what's going on in Salinas and around Salinas. So for our next panel, to get us kicked off, I want to introduce Adriana Robles, and she is our Assistant Public Works Director and City Engineer.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Yes, Adriana Robles, Assistant Public Works Director, City Engineer. In the city, I wear many hats. So I am also the ADA Coordinator and the Floodplain Administrator. Okay. We will get there soon enough. Okay. All right, so let me go ahead and introduce our panelists for today. Ooh. Okay, we have Carl Sidoric. Carl is the longtime serving General Manager and Chief Executive Officer of the Monterey Salinas Transit. He has led MST for the last 26 years and is responsible for securing more than 200 million in federal, state, and local grant funding for infrastructure and green initiatives. Welcome,
Thank
Carl. Todd Muck. Todd is the executive director of the Transportation Agency for Monterey County. He was appointed executive director in 2021 and has over 25 years of experience in transportation planning, having served as TAMC's deputy executive director and principal planner since 2007. Welcome, Todd.
Thank you. Good morning.
Meg Henry is a project manager for Caltrans District 5. She has over 24 years experience in civil planning, environmental permitting, and engineering management. She stepped into her current role at Caltrans in 2019. Welcome, Meg. Oh, everybody's very quiet. Okay, and then last but not least, Brenda Granillo is the district manager for the California Water Service, Cal Water. She has been with Cal Water for 24 years. She rose through multiple leadership positions before being named district manager in 2017. Welcome, Brenda. Okay, are we? Okay. Well, my presentation actually says the images behind me. So what you're actually going to see when it comes up will be, I put together a collage. Oh, there it is. Okay, so what you're going to see is a collage when it comes up, a collage of images that represent, okay, clicker. Awesome. Back to our previously scheduled program. Okay, the images behind me represent more than a decade of a collection of policy documents. It is the Salinas Master Plan Portfolio, a unified strategic framework designed to guide our city's development into the next decade. Our approach to growth is deliberate, prioritizing the modernization of our public assets and the reinforcement of our core infrastructure. Through our pavement management program and active transportation plan initiatives, we are upgrading our roadways and improving our bicycle and pedestrian networks to maximize safety and efficiency. Below the surface, our broadband master plan, our updated sanitary sewer master plan, and stormwater master plan provide an analytical roadmap to manage risk, identify budget gaps, and modernize our underground utility networks. Our upcoming Green City Master Plan ensures that this massive structural push works in tandem with nature, expanding our canopy and leveraging sustainable engineering to protect our environment. Every policy is anchored on the overarching objectives of the Visión Salinas 2040 General Plan. Together, these blueprints balance modern, reliable infrastructure. So with that, we're going to move forward with our panels. Carl?
Thank you. Carl Sidorik, CEO for the Monterey Salinas Transit District. Thank you for talking about all my experience. That means I'm old. So a little bit about MST before we start. MST is the sole transit operator in Monterey County. We have a vast service area that not everybody realizes. So I throw this slide up. We go from Paso Robles to Gilroy and up into Watsonville, serving 4 counties. About 1/5 of the coast of California is served by MST. Our fleet of 162 vehicles, a little over half of them are what we call heavy duty, big buses. We have small buses for the rural communities and neighborhood services, but 100% of our heavy duty fleet is either powered by renewable diesel or renewable electricity. 20% of our fleet is now zero emission buses. We remove approximately 1.8 million single occupancy vehicle trips annually. That's because our riders, while they take the bus, 60% of them have told us that they will take a personal vehicle of some sort, either their own, a friend, a family member, a taxi cab. So if our service wasn't available, they would be 1.6 million, or 1.8 million additional vehicle trips on our roads would be there if not for MST services. That has the impact of reducing greenhouse gases equivalent to planting 300 acres of forest. So if you don't work for Taylor Farms, I'm from Detroit originally. I had a little trouble understanding what 300 acres is. So so I looked it up, and these facts are generated by AI, so I do not attribute any anything to them, but the equivalent of 230 football fields, 22 Levi stadiums, or 3 Disneyland footprints of forest that we equivalently remove. We currently have an unfunded state mandate to convert 100% of our fleet to zero emission by 2040. So ridership is continuing to grow. Since coming out of COVID in 2022, we've had a 59% increase in ridership. Salinas ridership within the city of Salinas is at 110% of pre-COVID ridership. And a little jumpy. Nearly 50% of all our trips happen in the city of Salinas. 86% of those trips arrive within 5 minutes of schedule. 90% of our passengers say that we're clean, safe, and efficient. Three out of 4 have household incomes of 40,000 or under. 2 out of 3 are using the service 4 days or more per week. Over 1 out of 4 trips start in what the state defines as a disadvantaged area. And 1 out of 5 have a disability that makes them reliant on someone else for their mobility. And so they're choosing MST as that someone else. So we serve a very niche market here in the area. Let's see. Those are not my slides.
Those are mine.
Yeah, I had 2 more slides. So the projects that we're working on, while we call those up, I could do shadow puppets. You know, costs are going up and up and up. Funding's a real dog. Woof, woof. So we're working on a number of large projects. One that's not in the Salinas area, but I'll just give you speaks to the importance of these types of projects, is our SURF project, working with our partners at Granite. Unemployment in Monterey County is at 10.6% compared to the state average of 5.5%. My understanding is that, well, at least in March, we were employing 1 out of every 5, 22% of the Granite workforce was working on our project. Those were carpenters, masons, heavy equipment operators, laborers, jobs that AI can't do, right? We're creating those jobs through investments in our community. Similar projects that we've got starting in Salinas that we have coming up are, we're looking at a new operations and maintenance facility at the former Sun Street location near Griffin and Market Street. That is about $100 to $150 million project. When all is said and done, we've acquired the property last month. We're going through final design and trying to seek funding for construction. After that, we're looking at relocation of the Salinas Transit Center that's currently across the street at Lincoln and Central. We have 3,500 people a day go through that center. 40% of them are walking to that center to catch their bus. So we have 13 buses arriving all at once, competing for 9 slots. That facility was built close to 35 years ago, and it is too small for our needs, and we need to find a little larger location and also make room for some other development that could occur in the area. So it's mutually beneficial to MST and beneficial to the larger community as we have some other developments that might generate more income for the community. That could be as much as depending on where we site that location, it could be anywhere from $30 to $60 million construction project. Going back, since I don't have my slides, I apologize. I'm jumping back around again. The $100 to $150 million Salinas operations and maintenance building. The reason we need that facility is that our current facility that is over on Victor Way near Rossi was built over 40 years ago. It was designed for 25 buses. We operate 35 buses, 50% over capacity. We don't have room to grow anymore in that site, and we don't have the ability to put any electrical infrastructure in anymore. There's just no room. So as the city of Salinas continues to grow and ridership grows, we're constricted at that point. So we need this new facility. Okay, so we talked about, and now we need the Salinas Transit Center to expand in order to meet the current demand plus growth for the future. The final project that we're looking at, we're doing a study now on, is the Alisal Williams Road Bus Rapid Transit. That 50% of all MST trips that occur within the city of Salinas, 50% of those happen on the Alisal corridor. So 25% of all of our trips are going down Alisal. We have 110 vehicle trips per day going through the Alisal. We have an on-time standard performance of 85% on time within 5 minutes of when the schedule says. Since 2022, we haven't hit that standard once in the Alisal. It is just too crowded. So our busiest route has some of the worst on-time performance, and that is making people late for work, making them late for medical appointments, for school. So we're looking at, and that creates impacts. So we're looking at a study that will look at ways that we can get more out of that roadway through upgrading traffic signals, traffic signal coordination, traffic signal prioritization, maybe jump queue lanes, maybe bus-only lanes. It's difficult though, because we have to balance the need for parking, for bicycles, for pedestrians, for safety. And so it could be, a $20 to $50 million project. We're still in the feasibility studies stage at this point. As far as we talked a little bit on the last panel, they were talking about funding. We depend on state funding. We depend on federal funding. Funding's not always the issue, though. You'll see Todd and I and Megan here. We're the project delivery people, and I think what I have seen is a standard. It takes 4 to 5 times the length of time to get to construction than the actual construction takes. So for example, Van Ness BRT in San Francisco, it took them 20 years for a project that was 4 years of construction. The electrification of Caltrain, it was a 5-year construction project. It took them 25 years to deliver that project. Our SURF Bus Rapid Transit, voters approved funding for that locally in 2016. Here we are in 2026. We're about a year and a half away from delivering that. The issues of financing and specifically permitting and dealing with the various risk management issues of our local, state, and federal partners really inhibits our ability to deliver projects quickly, on time. And the cost of those projects go up 5% per year, right? So taking 10 years longer to build something than you may need to do, it's increasing the cost exponentially. So my take on it is we really need to find ways to reduce the friction of how we permit locally, how we work through the state and the federal government to approve these projects, whether it's environmental work or just your local, grading and other permits. It just takes too darn long with the rules that we have in place. So funding is just part of the issue. Process is also another part of the issue that we really need to address. So with that, we'll move on, and thanks.
Thank you. Okay. What? No, we can save that till the end. Okay, so continuing the conversation on mobility in Salinas, TAMC has been an essential partner with the city and Salinas and regional partners. So Todd?
Thank you. So the Transportation Agency for Monterey County is what's called a Regional Transportation Planning Agency in state vernacular. And we manage and distribute approximately $90 million a year to various transportation projects in Monterey County. A big chunk of that goes to MST for capital and operations. And the rest of it goes to our state projects with the state highway system, which Meg's going to talk about one of them, and to the local jurisdictions. So we partner a lot with City of Salinas and the other cities to help them deliver their projects, help them get them funded. I'm going to highlight just a few of the regional projects that are more related to Salinas and the vicinity of Salinas, where you have your commuters and residents that are impacted by them, just to give you an idea of what we work on the regional level. So with this slide, we have the rail project in Salinas in service to Monterey County, Safe Route to School projects, the Imjin Parkway, the 101 South Salinas, which Meg is going to go into detail, and the 156 Castro Boulevard. So starting with the rail project, we've been working for a long time to bring more rail service to Monterey County, specifically trains to the city of Salinas at the station here. We've had a few different construction projects, a layover facility in Salinas, and some work at the Gilroy station so that trains can go south that will allow trains to serve the city of Salinas. And what we're looking at is starting with one train, most likely an extension of the Capital Corridor, which currently stops in San Jose, starts in Sacramento, stops in San Jose right now, going down to Salinas and turning around, and that'd be a midday train. Ultimately, though, we're talking about 2 additional trains, the next level, 4 trains a day ultimately. And the State Rail Plan has service that goes not just to Salinas, but through the county connecting to San Luis Obispo. And that's really important because right now there's 3 trains that start in San Diego and stop in San Luis Obispo. So that would provide people an opportunity to take the train all the way through the Bay Area, Northern California, down to Southern California. It does take a lot to deliver a train project. And the most difficult part of it is the components that we have no control over, which is the tracks are owned by Union Pacific, and they're very diligent in their review of projects and getting the review to approval. And we've been delayed several years to get to that point. So we have this funding listed for things like the Salinas improvement, the Gilroy improvement. We have a station in King City that's fully funded, and we're working on the environmental. He did that. And we're working on environmental design for a Pajaro station, which is all part of the service I talked about, but it does need to get through Union Pacific and then working with the operators to get that service. And that requires state funding for operations. And one of the things that we're seeing is a massive deficit for transit fundings, both bus and rail. So the next few years, that's going to be a major issue for all the rail service, in this case, statewide. And it's important to us to have the service that we're talking about. We need that problem fixed. One of the things that we do is, in a lot of ways, one of the most fun things that we do is the Safe Route to School program. This is part of Measure X. Measure X is a 3/8 of a cent sales tax that was approved by Monterey County voters in 2016 for 30 years. And right now it's generating about $40 million a year. 60% of that goes to the cities and the county directly for local projects, and 40% is held by TAMC for regional projects and programs. A lot of the projects that we talk about have a Measure X component. All of the projects Carl talked about had a Measure X component, the main local source of local funding for those projects. And we have a Safe Routes to School program, and we do things like do education for kids walking to school, 2nd graders, learning to ride your bike as a 5th grader, bike traffic gardens, we call them, where kids can get out and learn to ride safely. But we also have done Safe Route to School plans throughout the county. So one of the plans that Adriana listed was the Salinas Safe Route to School plan, which we did for all 44 schools in the city. And what we do with that is do an assessment of the safety needs around that school and develop a plan of projects. And then we go to implement those projects, working with the local jurisdiction. So in this case, there's several projects in the city of Salinas that came out of that Safe Route to School plan. And we've been very successful on leveraging the local funds for state active transportation program funds. And this is in thousands, whereas the other slides were in millions. I apologize. But we're looking at $55 million of state funds leveraged by $1 million of local money. And we will never beat that. That's a phenomenal return on of our local investment with Measure X. Touching on some of the other projects that impact Salinas commuters, Scenic Route 68 corridor, we are in the middle of trying to figure out what to do with this corridor. It's a congested corridor where we're not going to be able to widen. State policy really discourages any new capacity on roads. And this is a scenic corridor that we don't have the ability to widen anyway. We have worked with Caltrans to develop a corridor, a series of 9 roundabouts at the current signalized intersections that has gone through a major milestone of it has its CEQA environmental impact report approved. And we've been looking at starting with the first 3 roundabouts, the first 3 intersections on the eastern end, San Venancio, Corral, and Laureles. As that progressed, we started a 5-year pilot study implementing adaptive signal control on the corridor. This is a relatively low-cost treatment where Caltrans agreed for a 5-year pilot project, and we've just been seeing the first literally a month of active implementation. And there's been some modest benefits from it as far as travel time, depending on which part of the commute you're on. If you're going from the east to west in the morning, you're seeing a few minutes time savings. If you live on the corridor, there might be a little bit of a negative impact. So we're working with Caltrans to assess that. We're collecting a lot of data so we can report out to the community and to our board on how that operates. And that's creating a new baseline to evaluate whether we want to try to proceed with the roundabouts. And we're going to be making that decision. The TANC board is, over the next few months, we're going to need to make a decision on whether to apply for the next round of SB1 grants. So stay tuned and provide your input if you have any concerns or questions or comments. We are excited that the Castroville Boulevard 156 interchange is fully funded and ready to go to construction. We are on the edge to see if it's going to go to the California Transportation Commission for a construction funding allocation in June. And the reason why we're on the edge is it's waiting for a PG&E right-of-way certificate to be signed, which I don't know, Meg, do you know did they sign it? It's really frustrating. But if not, it will be in the later CTC funding allocation, and it will push the project out a little bit. But this will allow the project to start construction at the end of this year and really see dirt moving beginning of next year. Imogen Parkway is a completed project, but I wanted to highlight it as an example, another Measure X project. This was implemented by the City of Marina as the lead agency. Measure X funded about half of it. We matched that with an SB1 local partnership program grant, and then some contributions from the city. But it's a series of 4 roundabouts that on Imogen Parkway that's fully operational right now, waiting for the final installation of some artwork in the center before they have a ribbon cutting, likely in July. But it's the first opportunity for our Monterey County community to see a series of multi-lane roundabouts in action. And it's an opportunity to experience that. You see a lot of roundabouts in the TMC program of projects and around the county being proposed. And it's because they have real unique safety benefits in that they have less conflict points. They slow people down, and it's upwards of 80% safer as far as reduction in fatalities and major injuries compared to an equivalent signalized intersection. It really stops people from having those T-bone catastrophic collisions that people really get hurt from. And it also does it in a way that it keeps traffic flowing, so it has a dual benefit of helping people commute, get through the intersection, but it slows them down enough to make it safer. So we generally support roundabouts where they're appropriate, and that's why you see a lot of them in our programs. And then I'm going to hand this over to Meg. The 101 South of Salinas is one of our Measure X regional projects. We're partnering with Caltrans on this to deliver it. A lot of people don't know that the way big projects like this happen on state highway systems, it takes the local participation from an agency like TAMC, really working with Caltrans as partners. We're focused on the getting the project designed, but also the community outreach and getting the funding package together to move it forward. So Meg, you get to talk about all the
With that,
details.
here we go. Thanks, Todd. That was a perfect intro. And I want to first just thank the city of Salinas for inviting Caltrans to come talk about actually two South of Salinas projects, one that we're doing with TAMC, but then another Caltrans safety project. And I'm gonna start with that project first. And I'm going to start my timer because I love talking about South Salinas so much that it would be really easy for me to just go on, and maybe everybody would take a nap. But I'm going to start my timer so I can keep track of myself. So Todd mentioned what's listed here as the long-term project. But before we talk about that one, I do first want to mention that Caltrans also has what we call our shorter-term or near-term safety project. It's a South of Salinas access management project. And we specifically initiated this access management project in advance of the longer term full corridor improvement as a result of safety issues in the corridor. How many people drive the corridor on a somewhat regular basis? Just curious. And of those who are driving on a regular basis or even just infrequently, how many of you have had a vehicle turn right in front of you as you're driving down the main line? Yeah. So that's the issue that our safety project is looking to address. So Caltrans keeps data on all the collisions that happen on our state highway system, and we track that data. And when we find locations that are above statewide averages for collisions, either fatalities, severe injury, we do what's called a reactive safety study. So that's the case at both the Spence Road and Highway 101 intersections, and also the Hartnell intersections. And in fact, Carl and I were doing a presentation to the head of CalSTA and also our Caltrans director a few weeks ago, and he was mentioning during the presentation that there was actually an incident where a bus was hit at this exact intersection that you see up here on the screen about 10 years ago, and it was a rather serious event. So what we're seeing statistically on average is about one fatality a year in the corridor, and we're seeing at least 13 severe injury collisions a year in the corridor. So as a result of that above average collision rate, we proceeded with some studies, and the recommendation that came out of those studies was that we needed to move ahead now, and we needed to close the median to left and U-turns at this time. In advance, and knowing that we have a more complete and thorough update coming through our longer term corridor project that we are in the process of doing with Todd. So here's the corridor. Just for reference, the orange band is the actual length of the corridor. When we talk about South of Salinas, we are talking about from Chular all the way up just to the south of City of Salinas, just south of Airport Road. And specifically, the gray dots are indicating those 11 at-grade intersections. And then we also, in our corridor project, when I get to that, that project also addresses 6 at-grade railroad crossings, 4 of which are unsignalized. And you can see those indicated there by the red and black X's. So the safety project, this is what we're doing. We will basically close the median at all 11 of those intersections, and no more left or U-turns at this time. And this is in advance of the longer corridor improvement. I do want to add that this won't change the operations at the Abbott ramps. So the left off northbound and left on southbound will continue to operate until the longer corridor project comes through. Somebody read Kevin Dalton's article and sent me an email asking about the closure of that. So just want to make sure that's clear. What will that look like? So we will actually be using metal beam for our median barrier, but I like this example photo because it shows the condition that we will have when we do the closure, which is the right in, right out will still exist. So you can see at this location, a little bit north of Salinas, that local road can still turn right into the state highway system and right off of it, but can't make a left because of the barrier. We will also have some emergency openings within the corridor when we put the barriers up, and we have worked with CHP and fire about the placement of those barriers. We're also going to do some extra improvements in the community of Chular. The most important thing that we were asked for in a number of engagement discussions that we had with key community stakeholders about this closure was adding extra storage to the Chular southbound off-ramp. So the blue line indicates, and there's a yellow arrow too, indicates the additional auxiliary lane addition that we're going to add there. There's also going to be a new stop added at the westbound Main Street, Main and Grant Main intersection, and that was a request that Supervisor Lopez office made to us, so we've incorporated that into the project. So where are we with this? We just finished our design. We just got our budget allocation, and our next move will be putting together our advertisement package, and we hope to have a construction contract awarded this fall. We'll mobilize with our contractor. Our goal is to have at least temporary barriers up at all 11 of those intersections by March 1st of next year. And that was a drop dead date that we talked at length with the agricultural community about in terms of the winter season and ramping up into the busier spring and summer coming on, and the trucking patterns that get established as we move into the spring. So that's our target right now. We're working really hard toward that date. On to the long-term corridor improvement project. As Todd mentioned, we're working very closely with TAMC. We have a great, really productive partnership with TAMC. I'm just pausing because I think I'm probably on the phone with somebody from Todd's team almost every single day, and certainly emailing multiple times a day about this project. So we're really together on this. So this is just a diagram to show the ultimate goal that the corridor project is moving toward. So ultimately, what we are aiming to do is to relocate the Chular interchange, and you can see the green C there. That's again, this is diagrammatical, not exact, not to scale, but we're going to relocate the Chular interchange just north of the community of Chular. And we have had a number of dialogues with that community, and especially with Supervisor Lopez and his staff in understanding the needs of that community. And then we are also going to relocate the Abbott interchange, right now the two ramps, but relocate to a full service interchange that'll be slightly north of the existing Abbott ramps location. And then those two new interchanges will be connected with local frontage roads. And that's what's indicated by the blue dashed lines on either side of the highway. So there will be a connection from the end of existing Abbott Street on the west down to the new Chular interchange. And then there would be a connection from the new Abbott interchange down to Chular on a local road. And what this would do is a number of things. It would give direct access from some of those ranches that right now have no other choice to access but to pull directly onto the highway. They will now have a local frontage road to access their ranch property. And it will also connect the community of Chular by pulling local frontage roads back into Chular. So what are we doing right now? And, you know, Carl used the word process, and I was talking with some of the TAMC staff yesterday about the process for this project. It's a big process, and I really appreciated what Kiana and Commissioner Tiffany were talking about with process, because that is our experience right now on this project. We talk to the community a lot, and really, really appreciate the input that we get from them. And oftentimes folks will say to me in the private sector, running businesses here, ag-related and otherwise, you know, if we were doing this, it would already be done. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And I believe me, I wish it were done too. I'm sure Todd does too. But we have a lot of process that we have to follow. We have a lot of rules and requirements that were alluded to in the earlier presentation. So part of that process for us is that we are required by both state and federal law to go through environmental review. That is the phase we are currently in right now. We hope to be circulating a draft environmental document in early 2027. At that time, we will have public meetings, circulation meetings. There will be opportunities to comment at meetings, by email, by written letter, and so forth. And then ultimately, we hope to get to a final environmental document at the end of 2027. At that point, we will move into a full formal design phase and right-of-way acquisition phase. So we're studying 4 alternatives, and we do have a target schedule for all of these steps. And I'm going to kind of flip through some visuals really quickly. I have about a minute and a half left. So this is a very early on 2-dimensional diagram of what the Chular interchange relocation could look like. So you can see the town of Chular labeled there on the right-hand side of the image. And this is about as close as we can get this interchange to town. So when we went to the community of Chular, we said, you know, there's an option of trying to rebuild your existing interchange or going just north of town. But if we rebuild, we would be tearing literally tearing part of the town apart, because the bridge that's there is not standard. It's not actually standard height. So everything would need to be raised, very complicated. And also we'd still then be bringing a lot of trucks through that community. There's a lot of trucks that go through that disadvantaged community right now. So where we ended up going with the community was that getting just north of town, but as close to town as we can. So our traffic engineers have looked at this, and they've kind of calculated that from this location, from a northbound traveler, it would add about 40 seconds addition to get into downtown, to get to Alma's, to get your burrito. So it's very close. We do have to go over the railroad. So as Todd was mentioning, working with UP is a big effort. And we're already pre-planning our conversations with them and engaging with them in as kind of a preliminary measure right now. This is a three-dimensional rendering that we did early on. And when we showed it to UP, they said, it looks like you're growing grass across the railroad tracks. And we said, oh, we won't actually do that. Early days. So up to Abbott, we are studying 2 alternatives for placement of the Abbott interchange. And we refer to them as A4 and A6. So the A6 is the green, the A4 is the white. We're studying both these locations through the EIR process. Ultimately, one will be selected as a result of the environmental analysis and moved forward. And this is just a rendering of the A6, just to give you, this is looking north. So Salinas is that group of buildings. What you can't see, because we did this rendering before the Amazon building began to go up, is that right under the word Salinas would now be the structure of Amazon, not included in this rendering. So 4 alternatives. These are available on the project website if you want to look at these. Obviously, these are zoomed pretty far out, but there's 4 alternatives that we're studying through the environmental document. There's alternative 1 and 2. There's 3 and 4. The variations are really the location of Abbott, and then also some variations in the alignment of the frontage roads. Our project schedule. So as I mentioned before, we are hoping to get to draft environmental document early next year. We're hoping to be at final environmental document by the end of 27. And this shows us going construction start around 2031. But in fact, Todd's team and the Caltrans team are working very hard on arranging funding. And it's possible, if we have success with funding, that we could come in even a little bit sooner with our construction start. Construction start right now is focused on the Chular interchange first. And there are a couple reasons for that. One is it's a disadvantaged community, and there's a lot of trucks going through that community. The second is that there are more or less just 2 property owners for that one segment. So acquisition is a very complicated process, and we'll have time constraints with the money that we're getting. So we think that limiting ourselves to just a couple acquisitions gives us a better chance at being really efficient and meeting the time constraints of that segment's funding. We have a couple websites. We have a new engagement portal we just launched through Caltrans, and that's the first address you see there. And then we have a second project website hosted by TAMC, which has slightly different but mostly overlapping information. They're both good websites. We're going to be maintaining both of them. And we will be posting upcoming meeting and events information on those websites. So we do plan to have a public open house this fall, as we did last year. We'll have 2 meetings, one in Chular, one in Salinas. The dates aren't up yet. We're working on confirming them right now, but they will be posted at some point, hopefully in the near future, on the websites. So what's next? I just want to emphasize, and one of the questions that Adriana and Sophia had posed to us as we were preparing for these presentations was, what can everybody do to help these projects? And the most important thing for us right now is public messaging. The reason I love to talk about this project is because I just really want us to get the word out there. I want people to know this is coming, especially a safety project. It's going to be a change for the traffic pattern south of Salinas. So we want to get the message out to as many people as possible. We are starting a public information outreach campaign. We'll be posting stuff monthly on social media. We have a almost 500 person interested email list. So we are going to be emailing out. And I just ask if you happen to be on those lists or you see our posts, please pick them up and forward them out, because it's all about amplification. Like I said, we're going to have some project update meetings in October, and then we'll be circulating and having meetings for circulation in early 2027. Thank you.
Okay, but infrastructure is not only our roadways, obviously. And this I say because we went through quite a tremendous effort through our rate increase and for our sanitary sewer. So that was huge effort. It's our utilities. Our utility systems and our utilities really impact what happens with our roadways as well. So Brenda? No.
Is there a button? Oh,
Okay.
a little lower. All right, there we go. Well, thank you. First, I want to start off by highlighting Cal Water is celebrating 100 years in business, and that is no small feat. We are going to be hosting a community celebration for our customers on September 10th here at 1 Main Street between 5 and 7, and we'll be partnering with the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce to have a mixer for our business community to join us as well. So I want to talk about California Water Service. For those of you who may not be familiar, we are the largest regulated utility in the western United States. We have about 23 water systems as far north as Chico and as far south as Rancho Dominguez, as well as having water. We own and operate water systems in Hawaii, New Mexico, Washington, and Texas, and we are continuing to grow. I just want to highlight our footprint in California because this is our mutual aid. If there is a 7.0 earthquake here on the Central Coast, we know not only is Cal Water, CalAm, Alco Water, Castroville Community Service, Marina Coast, everyone's going to be scrambling to get those dozens and dozens of main breaks repaired and utilizing the local resources. So we have our water districts and other areas that we could call on to help us. If something's happening here, we're going to reach out to the Central Valley or northern or southern districts to come in. We are also hosting an emergency operations center exercise with our local emergency stakeholders on July 29th at our office in Salinas. We invite our police, fire, schools, and local Red Cross and emergency stakeholders to participate with us in that. So I'm going to highlight our 2020 infrastructure improvement plan. So we are regulated by the California Public Utilities Commission. What that means is every 3 years, we have the opportunity to present projects for the next 3 years. The California Public Utilities Commission reviews our requests. There's also the Office of Ratepayer Advocates, who is looking out for our ratepayers. And they ask to see, why do we want to replace this well? Why do you want to replace this pressure tank? And they come out to our district, they visit our infrastructure to validate that what we're asking for is needed. And they also set the rates for our customers in our service area. We submitted our infrastructure improvement plan, also known as the general rate case, in July of 2024. And just a little over a month ago, we got the decision from the PUC authorizing $1.45 billion for infrastructure capital improvements. And that money is for all the water systems in California. And that's for carryover projects for 24 through 27. Here in our local operations for Salinas, we own and operate 4 water systems. We service approximately 2/3 of the city of Salinas, and we also serve Oak Hills, which is off of Highway 156, Las Lomas, which is a little closer to Pajaro and Watsonville, and our Salinas Hill system, which is off of River Road. It includes Toro Estates, Las Palmas, Buena Vista, Pine Canyon, Indian Springs. And we have quite a bit of infrastructure, 344 miles of main. We have our active wells. We also experience water quality issues such as nitrates. We have 4 nitrate treatment units as well as chromium-6 in our Las Lomas and Oak Hills water system. We have storage tanks. That's very important, especially for firefighting operations. It takes a lot of behind-the-scenes work to ensure that we have safe, clean, reliable drinking water for not only our residential customers, but our business, commercial, industrial customers, and for firefighting needs as well. We have 29,000 metered service connections, and a population we serve is approximately 127,000. We are 100% groundwater. So talking about infrastructure, I highlighted a lot of what we have here in Salinas. Our above ground infrastructure, very visible. You can see our tanks. We have our 3 million gallon storage tank off Natividad Road, and we have 1.5 million gallon storage tanks off of Highway 101 in North Salinas, and also off of Main Street by behind the Bingo Center. And then there's the below ground. We talked about that and how we impact the underground infrastructure, the roadways. A lot of our main is underneath the ground, as well as our pressure regulators and other things. And it's a maze underground. You start trenching, you have to coordinate with other public utilities such as gas, storm, electric, fiber optics. So there's a lot of coordination involved, and we appreciate the City of Salinas inviting us to their utility coordination meetings so we could hear what other projects are going on and see if it aligns with any of the work we're going to be doing in the roadway. Take a drink. There's also cyber infrastructure. I think this could have a whole one-day workshop in its own right. All utilities are being faced with a lot of attacks, both domestic and foreign, from bad actors who are trying to get into our utilities and do bad things and hurt the communities. So we have to continue to support and provide critical cybersecurity infrastructure, which comes at a very high cost as well to protect our critical assets. And then advanced metering infrastructure, AMIs, the smart meters. So we are finally got CPUC approval. We are going to be starting to implement AMI meters. And what that means for our customers is they could download an app. They could get real-time usage of how much water they're using. This is going to save with conservation efforts, as well as if they have a leak detection, they're going to be able to find it, address it more quickly instead of waiting to get that monthly statement and get a shocking bill that why is my bill twice as much as it was the previous month. So these are all the investments we're making here in Salinas. Over the next 5 years, we have our main replacement program. This is about a third of our capital budget for the City of Salinas. You might see the work that has been going on Lincoln Street from Alisal, as well as, Alisal. And then we also have our Alisal Phase 1 project on East Alisal. We got done with that last year, and we're transitioning to our Phase 2. But that's replacing 41,000 feet of old main that is PVC and with PVC and ductile iron. And we are retiring asbestos cement, cast iron, and high-density polyethylene with flexible HDPE. We're also going to bring on 3 new wells. So we have these wells drilled, but that's just part of the project. Phase 2 is developing all the auxiliary infrastructure, such as the panel boards, pressure tanks, everything that goes with it. We're working with the planning departments for the city. One of those wells is on Romy Lane. That one we hope to have online in the next couple of years. The other one is on Harris Road. Those 2 wells are replacement wells. Those, we had to take 2 wells out of production due to water quality issues, and these ones are replacing those. And then we also have 1 well in the Salinas Ag Industrial Center. That well is specifically for those new parcels. It's not for Amazon. We actually had the capacity to meet Amazon's water needs, but that is a developer-funded well that will be for the Salinas Ag Industrial area. And we also have 2 new storage tanks we're going to bring online. One of those is at the end of San Juan Grade Road, right by San Juan Grade Estates. And the other one is going to be in the Salinas Ag Industrial area as well. On top of that, just our routine infrastructure replacements due to assets that have gone through the useful life cycle, and we're starting to put more maintenance into them. Those are getting replaced as well. So trending costs, I want to talk a little bit about what it looked like and what the way it's trending. In 2021, our capital budget was 44 million, and our main replacement program was about 15.5 from that. And our recent approval, you saw the 1.45 billion for California. Salinas got 67.5 million of that approved capital budget, and our main replacement project's about a third of that. We're currently working on our 2027 infrastructure improvement plan, and the focus of those decisions and projects, it's about affordability and balancing reliability for the community, and also meeting the state and federal regulations and local permitting. So the future, we know we have a growing Salinas with all the specific plans in place. The Central Area Specific Plan has a portion in Cal Water's system and the other portion in Alco Water system. And then the West Area Specific Plan is in Cal Water's service area. We are starting with phase 1 of the Central Area Specific Plan, working with the developer to do a main extension for those new homes that will be built soon. And we also have to discuss the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act that is proposing projects that are needed to help address seawater intrusion, to help address other issues that impact our groundwater levels and water quality. And so again, it's the impact to our rate-paying customers and balancing that with affordability. Here's my contact information. If anybody would like to talk further about our water projects in the area, feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get the clicker? Okay, so thank you very much. In closing, I want to highlight just several of the projects that we have here in Salinas and that we're currently undertaking. First, the Baranda Road Congestion Relief Project. That project, the first phase of it is under construction. What you see here is the McKinnon roundabout. And that really will be key. That is a key project because it is serving the future growth area. And it will be one of the arterials for the thousands of upcoming homes that are planned for the future growth area. The second one is our $16 million federal grant funded Williams Road Safe Street Corridor project. And that project is introducing critical safety countermeasures and roundabouts directly into the heart of the Alisal. And then finally, the Lake Street Lift Station Replacement Project. And this project, Lake Street is our largest pump station. So this project will be modernizing this facility, which is by far the most important lift station that we have, and it is located in the heart of the city. I think we have a couple of minutes. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and go through a couple of questions. Oh, very sensitive. Okay. Todd, how will the relocation, oh no, that's not Todd. Sorry, Carl, how will the relocation of your service facility and possibly relocation of the Salinas bus terminal impact transit service for Salinas and the region?
Thank you. Well, it'll improve safety. So public transit is the safest form of surface transportation. It's well documented. There's less accidents, less fatalities with public transit than bicycle, pedestrian, automobile travel. So if you want to design for safety, you need to design in for transit. Our facilities are 40 plus years old and did not contemplate the amount of growth that was going to occur in that time. So especially with the Salinas Transit Center. For the LSL BRT, again, the most important way to grow transit patronage is to provide on-time and reliable service, especially when folks are making connections. Over 60% of our passengers are transferring to another bus from their initial bus. And as I had mentioned, 25% of all trips made on MST are happening in the LSL corridor, and we're not on time. And so those folks are missing connections. And so it's a detriment to people who who want to try to use transit. If you're not going to make your connection, it may make you late for your job, for school, for a medical appointment. It doesn't take a lot of time savings. If we could save 10 or 15 minutes through the LSL corridor on every trip throughout the day, that's one less $1.5 million bus that we have to buy, and we don't have to also have then necessarily the employees and the benefit structures to operate those buses. If I can get more throughput with the existing street landscape, we can be more efficient. The key is going to be, though, to deliver these projects faster, as I mentioned before, and more quickly. The permit processes and funding processes need to change in this state. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to stick with you, Carl.
Okay.
All right. So what locations are being considered for the transit center relocation?
Okay, well, we started out with 5 locations. We're through a process working with city staff and public input. We are now narrowed that down to 3 locations. One is, I'm trying to think of the names of the streets, but right across from the post office, the parking lot there. Church in LSL, maybe?
Allison.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then Main Street near John, there's a vacant Starbucks facility and another office building and a lot there. That's a potential location. And the third location is at the Salinas Intermodal Transit Station, maybe to be renamed. I'm not sure where we're at with that, but I'm still calling it the ITC at this point until someone gives me a new name to call it. So those are the 3 locations. We hope to have that narrowed down to a single location by the end of the summer through more public input. Then we can start to move forward with looking towards funding.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now Todd. TAMC administers several regional funding sources. How can Salinas position itself to secure more regional funding for its upcoming projects?
Well, I mentioned Measure X, and the city does get approximately $6 million a year from Measure X for essentially for whatever you'd like to use it for, whether it be maintenance or safety improvements. There's also the Regional Surface Transportation Program that we administer, and about $15 million goes out every 3 years to jurisdictions, and that's an opportunity to leverage other funds, and that's selected competitively based on a series of criteria: safety, complete streets, number of people impacted, and things like the Safe Routes to School program. The city's already doing a great job, and there's lots more opportunity there where you can leverage both of those local resources and apply for state active transportation program or federal funds to do a host of things. So it's not just the Safe Route to School component. It's also the underlying, well, it's improving the street itself, often repaving the street, filling gaps in sidewalks, and all those other things that you do when you do a project. So when you go for a grant like that, leveraging the local funds with the state funds, you're getting a huge leveraging and value for the project.
Okay, thank you. And we'll stick with you as well. Okay, so IMGEN is working great. Why wait on getting going with the 68 roundabouts?
Highway 68 is a very constrained corridor. There are more right-of-way costs and associated impacts than in most other parts of the county. So there's riparian habitat, creeks that go through, and it requires some retaining walls and other things that make it an expensive project. And really, a roundabout will probably be better for the traffic, but not solve our problem through there. But that you can't solve the problem without just more capacity, more lanes, that kind of thing, which we can't do. So it really comes down to what's the return on our investment? Is it worth the cost and the time it takes and impacts to the construction to whether we do those projects? And that's what we're evaluating.
Okay, thank you. All right, Brenda. The general plan update predicts Salinas population to increase to over 175,000. How much more infrastructure improvements do you predict that Cal Water would need to implement on their system to meet the future demands?
So as a regulated water utility, our existing ratepayers cannot pay for future development. So there will be wells that are needed, possibly treatment, storage tanks, and other infrastructure to provide safe, clean water for the future growth area. And that's why it's important for developers to reach out to us sooner than later so we could start by first acquiring the land to start the development and design on those assets. So usually that goes through a contribution, a developer advanced funding to help provide those infrastructure requirements for the growth area.
Okay, awesome, thank you. Okay, maybe one more. Meg, on the south of Salinas project, can frontage roads be accelerated? I guess the question is, can they be built first?
That's a great question. What we're looking at operationally right now is that in some ways it works better operationally to build the corridor as a system. So we believe that both on the east and on the west side, there's a few operational reasons why we need to have the interchanges in the works and before we can put those connections in.
Okay, and this one's going to be to everybody on this panel. What can the people that are assembled here in this room do, or how can they help you implement projects?
I just keep on repeating on this theme, advocate for permit reform and, I guess reasonableness in how we fund and build our projects. I'll just give one example, current project that we're building to SURF. 4.5 miles long through 5 jurisdictions. We took a CEQA exemption to streamline the project that was offered by the state, well-intentioned, and I think the right thing to do. The greenhouse gas reducing project should be streamlined. It's considered a small project. It cost us a process to get our federal funding, $20 million match, to match the TAMC funds that we were provided. It cost us $1 million to go through that process. We went through the same process for $20 million at the federal level that the BART to San Jose, a $6 billion project, went through. We actually had the same team evaluating our project. So there needs to be some reasonableness as far as risk management, looking at small projects so we can build small projects faster and realize the impacts quicker. Through those 5 jurisdictions, there were 77 permits, 400 separate conditions on those permits. And this isn't directed at MEG, it's Caltrans, not MEG. But we had 440 feet of our 4.5 mile, 5 mile project went through Caltrans right away, 400 feet. It's taken us to get a permit to operate and an agreement. It's been 3 years. 20 separate engineers provided over 250 comments. And we're still working the process, even though we're under construction. So that's not reasonable. That's not efficient. And the taxpayers don't understand why does it take so long to deliver these projects. Both Todd and I, we started with full heads of luxurious hair. And it didn't fall out. It burned up from the inside out. And Meg, I'm sorry, but when you're done with your project, you may be in a Sinead O'Connor cover band.
If I could add, those regulatory issues cost projects. They cost us all money to deliver. The delay costs money. But it goes back to what Commissioner Tiffany in his session, the needing a replacement for the gas tax. It's not a political issue. The gas tax is obsolete. We're not talking about, it really shouldn't be a political issue on what the replacement is. It just needs to go through a process of figuring out what's best for our state and implement it. Because otherwise, it's that deferred maintenance, there's all those other delays that cost more and impact all of us through, just wear and tear on our vehicles as you go through potholes and things like that.
Broadly agree with both Carl and Todd. And I just want to add for the South Salinas, I know I said this before, but we feel that our best move to keep Salinas moving really, south of Salinas projects moving really effectively is to engage. And we've made a commitment, TAMC and the South of Salinas project development team, to try and get out at an above average level for a project of this type and really get into the community, get to know people, ask questions, understand how things operate. Leonard and I were talking about how harvests get done and how long it takes to grow broccolini at the beginning of the networking this morning, and really understand that. And part of the goal of that is that we will have support for the project at a community level, and that people will tell each other, hey, this is a good project, like, let's do this. I mean, there's always a possibility on any project there could be a lawsuit, perhaps under CEQA. But we're hoping that if we amplify our messaging out into the community for Salinas, that everybody will know it's coming, be looking forward to it, and that we can move forward really well with a lot of support. So that's my ask for this. So again, if you see posts on social media or emails come across your email, please just, I don't know, pick a few people that you think should know about it and send it on so we can get the message out there. These are good, worthwhile projects, and we hope to do them without further delay on top of the already challenging process. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you have seen how we have set the stage for balanced, sustainable growth. However, true resilience requires ongoing partnerships with forward-thinking individuals. I want to thank you. I want to thank our panelists for an excellent presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you to all of our panels. So we're going to transition right now into the next conversation, which is super exciting because we love talking about out of the box innovation. How can we get out of our own ways? What are the creative ways that we can make things happen? And, there's always a dollar amount and a timeline attached to everything. So this next panel, though, we're going to talk a little bit about innovative procurement opportunities. So I'd like to invite up Rhonda Combs. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Rhonda. She has over 20 years of public sector legal experience, currently serving as Assistant City Attorney for the City of Salinas. She provides full service legal counsel across civil litigation, ordinance drafting, administrative hearings, and complex municipal matters. She's known for delivering clear, actionable guidance to departments, management, city councils, and for supporting a community-focused police department. Previous roles that Rhonda has held include senior legal and risk management positions with the City of Monterey and CSU Monterey Bay, as well as commercial finance practice and a federal judicial clerkship. She's licensed in California, Maryland, District of Columbia, and Hawaii, and we are so happy to have her as part of our City of Salinas amazing team. So I'll turn it over to Rhonda for this next session.
Thank you so much, Sophie. I hope I wasn't really listening. I hope all that was true. And I bet it sounded good. All right. So this next hour is about partnering for public impact, using creative procurement pathways and exploring innovative financial strategies that bridge funding gaps for community infrastructure. Um, I'm hoping that we don't hear the word tax much during this presentation, and that should be a relief for all of us. We are joined by 3 panelists who bring distinct perspectives to the financial landscape. First, and in the center, we have Dr. Stephanie Gripney. She is the founder and CEO of the Impact Finance Center. She's a creative force. I'm looking forward to listening to her. Ever since we spoke to prepare for this, I have been inspired and I think about things in a very different way based on that 45-minute conversation. So thank you for that. Then we have Craig Hill. He is the managing principal at NHA Advisors. Craig brings decades of specialized experience in public sector finance, helping local governments and building agencies to navigate complex debt structures, fiscal planning, and strategic infrastructure funding. And then finally, we have Erin Birkenkopf as our third panelist. She's the vice president of the Public Facilities Group. Erin is an expert in leveraging unique project delivery methods, specialized public-private partnerships, and alternative procurement strategies to bring critical civic facilities to life. She will be highlighting 2 projects locally that I'm sure most of us have seen and are aware of, so that will be interesting. I did make a promise to a little boy, my child, today, and I think because Mayor Donahue touched on it, he touched about our children, our future, the next generation, and what we're doing here to build for them. And then Craig went on and on about delivery and procurement and the long process. And so Charlie wanted me to share a joke with you. And the joke is, have you heard the joke about construction? No, we're still working on it. Okay, so I can go home and tell him I did it. I found a place to work it in. All right, let's start with Stephanie, and the concept is, Stephanie, show us the money.
Show us money. Welcome. First, I want to thank everybody. It's clear that everybody in this room, up on stage, at the tables, cares deeply about these topics and is working their hardest to make this possible. So I know asking you all to close your eyes just for a second is unusual in this type of meeting, but that's what I'm going to ask you to do. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to personally think about your money, where it is. Do you own a house? Do you have a pension, a 401k, an IRA? Do you have a money market? I want you to think about that just for a second. You can open up your eyes now. And now I want to ask you 2 questions. I want you to raise your hand if you are currently an investor in infrastructure. Raise your hand, show of hands. Hi, this is participatory. I'm an awkward professor, so raise your hands. Do any of you buy groceries? Do you go to a store? Do you pay taxes? You're all investors. Every single one of you is an investor. And I'd like to say that you think about this 100 years ago, to 1901, 1900s, all the money in Salinas was in Salinas. There was no stock market. It all stayed in Salinas. So I'm coming with good news. I'm not talking, when we talk about public-private partnerships, we're talking about taxes at the state level, city level. We're talking about big institutional money. I want to talk about your money in the room, your personal money. If we calculated everybody in Salinas, all of their assets in their house, 401ks, IRAs, money market, does anyone know how much money we would have? Any guesses? I'm just curious. Any guess? Come on, somebody give me a guess. 5 million. I have some good news for you. You have $701 billion. Do you want me to say that again? $701 billion. So if you could take 1% of your 401k IRA pension fund that you're getting a 5 to 8% return in the stock market, And if there was a stock market equivalent in Salinas and you could invest in Salinas, and you could take 1% of your money market that's invested somewhere far away and invest and get a 1 to 4% debt return in Salinas, and you were willing to co-sign 1% of your assets the way you would co-sign for your kid's house, that would give you $7 billion. Does that make sense? Do you have in this room enough money to solve your own problems? Love the state, but does Salinas need the state to solve your own problems? My quest to you is maybe not. What if you are the heroes of your own journey? What if you have enough money to solve your own problems? And so what we're going to talk about today is that innovative financing. I'm laying the groundwork. I'll come back at the end of the presentation to talk about how we do this. But we basically are like, what if we could take the best of Wall Street and the best of Main Street and provide an opportunity for you to lend money to Salinas, invest in Salinas, co-sign with Salinas, and donate for Salinas? And if we could collectively mobilize 1% of our assets and we still get the same return financially, the same risk, the same impact that we would for putting our money in Wall Street, if we could do that in Salinas, you would have your $7 billion you need for that infrastructure. So I'll stop there and pass it to our panelists to go for the next part of the conversation.
All right. And let's transition to Craig so we can hear some background about what you do for public agencies.
Well, thank you very much. So NHA Advisors serves as a financial advisor from the governmental side or public agencies. We work exclusively in California, but we always think about things from a policy perspective. And for those of you in the private sector, the question is, why does it take government so long to get things done? A lot of that has to do with policies that get put in place either currently or even, legacy policies that may or may not be as active as we would like to think about. So for us, the main objective is figuring out how to pay for projects. So what Stephanie's talking about is looking at all of the options to get any project done that your community or your government agency needs to get done. We aren't figuring out how to build a grocery store necessarily or how to fund a housing project. We know those projects are coming. We know what the impact is going to be from those projects, and all of the infrastructure and everything that people don't recognize that needs to be in place before things like that can happen. That's our job, is to try to get ahead of that and find a way to get it paid before we actually start seeing the actual vertical that goes in place. So one of the things that we have, I'm going to jump around here a little bit, is, and this was alluded to a little bit earlier in the conversation today, is how do you get projects built? And I think traditionally, when you think about public works projects, you have what we call design, bid, build. So from a financing perspective, case study scenario, it is, and we've run into this a lot since the pandemic, is you have years of entitlement, of design, of engineering, with the idea that staff is saying, hey, we think that we can afford through our budget, pick a number, a $50 million project. The engineers, the architects, the team works for a couple of years putting the project together. They give their best estimate, their engineers' estimates. We go out to bid, and it's not 50 million, it's 75. Well, you got two choices. You either figure out, where can I find an extra 25 million? You figure out or ask the question, can we finance the extra 25 million? Or you go back to the engineers and the architects and say, redesign it. We got to bring the cost down. We see that third option is primarily what happens most of the time. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, it takes a couple of years to redesign and engineer a lower cost. And guess what happens during that period of time? Inflation. So now you've got a project that is less than what you really wanted, that you were really targeting to get back down to 50 million. And guess what? By then, it's a $75 million target. It's like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. You never catch up. You never get it done. So the idea behind reinventing or kind of thinking, how do we, it was mentioned earlier, time is money. How can we get these projects to market quicker? How can we get these projects built quicker? And I'm not talking about necessarily the entitlement side as much as can we compress the time so that we don't have inflation risk, market risk, or timing risk of the actual construction project itself. And so I think a lot of the conversation you're going to hear now for this next session is, well, what other ways do you look at potentially having a project come to fruition and get to the point where we're raising the money or finding the money to pay for that project without putting more of the risk in play? And that's what you see here. I actually plagiarized this slide. I'm not going to take credit for the creativity here, but you can see basically from a design build perspective, you're compressing, taking some of the risk out by having all of the players at the table sooner than a traditional, well, we don't know who the contractor is going to be or the builder is going to be. We're going to do all of our work, put the bid specs out there, and hope we get a good price. So I'm going to migrate a little bit to, again, as I mentioned, for us as advisors, we're really thinking about the risks. We don't bring the capital. I don't write the checks for these types of projects. We put together the financing plans that hopefully get accepted by the capital markets, wherever that the money is coming from, whether it's local or Wall Street. And one of the things that we always want to think about, well, what are the risks? When we talk about a progressive design concept, you're bringing all of the players to the table sooner. Some would argue, well, why do you want to have your contractor in, already committed or already part of the process early? How do you trust that you're going to get the best price? Well, under this structure, you're actually letting them tell you early in the game, hey, that $50 million target, if you really want gilded trim on that building, it's, you're not going to get it for 50 million. You're going to need to bring something down. So you kind of collaborate, you get everybody to the table earlier. That mitigates that risk that you're going to end up with a project that you can't afford. I'm not going to really talk on P3 because we've got some other experts that can really kind of get into that. But the other idea really is, are there scenarios that you can have that it isn't the city or a public agency, a water company doing 100% of the project? Is there a way to collaborate across entities and or public-private to see if there's a benefit to having somebody else participate and not put everything on the one agency? Again, these have all been tried, and for certain types of projects, they make sense. I will say that for, I'll give an easy one, the city building a library and thinking that there's truly going to be an ownership participation model there with the private sector, probably kind of hard to think about how a library is going to make money for a private sector or have any kind of a return. A revenue stream, a parking garage, right? Or some of the economic development plays that a city might participate in downtown. Absolutely a perfect type of a candidate for a project that we might want to look at from a P3. And finally, I just, really want to talk about the financing structures that we put behind these. Some of them, for anybody who knows anything about public finance, the IRS and the federal government are nice to cities in saying that if you have a good project that serves a public purpose, we'll let you borrow money at a tax exempt rate, which means if you're an investor, to the point earlier about having local participation, you kind of, you'd accept a slightly lower return if you didn't have to pay taxes on that earnings, right? Compared to buying an Apple stock or an Apple corporate bond and saying, well, whatever I earn off of that, I've still got to pay taxes on it. So tax exemption is a big part of the driver that makes projects want to be financed tax exempt versus taxable. Just to give you all an idea, in our world, that might be worth 2% difference. So think about a car loan at 4% versus 6%, or a mortgage 4% versus 6%. It's a pretty substantial change to the amount you're going to be paying. So we want to try to maintain or get as much of it tax exempt as possible. As you start moving down the spectrum and having private participation, other forms of capital start to come in, whether it's bank lines that are getting borrowed by a private party that's the counter or the partner in the arrangement, or whether it's even another governmental agency. We do a lot of work where you have multiple agencies or a county and a city involved in a project. And now we're starting to see with housing, even school districts participating in projects around, staffing their or housing their teachers and some of their other educators. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it back over so we can keep the conversation going.
And thanks, Craig. You did mention that ugly T word, but it was for exemptions. So that tax exemptions we always like. Thank you so much. All right. And Erin, can we roll with you for the examples?
Sure. So I'm Erin Birkenkoff with Public Facilities Group. We're a not-for-profit that facilitates public-private partnerships, focusing primarily on social infrastructure. So rather than roads and water systems, we're looking at those physical places that promote community engagement, promote public safety. And we actually have 2 projects that we did within the city of Salinas through these public-private partnerships and using the progressive design build model that Craig just mentioned. So the first one is the City of Salinas Police Headquarters facility. This was built in 2020 is when it opened, and it was financed using tax-exempt 6320 bonds. And then the other one is a library for the City of Salinas. El Gabilan Library also opened in 2020 using tax-exempt 6320 bonds. So 6320 bonds, it's just a really brief overview. They're named 6320 because it was the 20th IRS letter ruling of 1963, and they allow not-for-profits to issue debt to finance facilities for tax-exempt purposes, provided that a local government endorses the financing, that the facility will be occupied by a government or tax-exempt entity, and this is important, that the facility reverts to the ownership of the sponsoring government at the end of the debt. So as Craig mentioned, it's with progressive design build, it's really important that everyone's at the table at the beginning. So during design and pre-development, you've got the contractor there that is providing feedback to the development team on pricing and on constructability. For our process, we create a special not-for-profit entity. In this case, it was Salinas Public Facilities, and that's the contracted entity for all of the bonds. We issue the debt for the facility, and then we lease the facility to the city for the term of the debt. During construction, all of the construction contracts were between SPF, Salinas Public Facilities, that not-for-profit entity, and the development team, and that insulated the city from cost overrun risks. And then with the completion of construction, the city will pay, they have a long-term lease. It's for the term of the debt. For the library, it was a shorter term. It was for 15 years. And for the police department, it was for 30 years. The city pays their lease payments, and that includes the debt service on the bonds, the operating costs for the facility, and then a contribution to a repair and replacement reserve to repair the building in case of any damages. And these are just a couple of photographs of the various facilities. As I mentioned, they opened in 2020. The library, if you haven't been there, it's a really lovely place. There's a maker space, an outdoor children's area. And I would say that, this is a really successful partnership. It's continuing, again, 30 years for the police department, 15 years for the library, and will, continue to work for the benefit of the city doing these partnerships.
Just to tag on to that, I know the police department has added a lot of morale to our police force. The conditions they were in were kind of abysmal before, so now they have everything they need. We may outgrow it already, but it's really impressive. And if you do want to go in, I say go through the front doors, not the back doors in the sally port, right? We'll transition back to Stephanie.
So now that I asked you that question, we're talking about 3 types of capital: taxes, which we're not passing. I come from Colorado, happy to be here in California. We have a taxpayer bill of rights in Colorado where we are not allowed to bond against any infrastructure. So we've had to get creative. We as a state have said roads, libraries, all of those things, that infrastructure is an expense versus an investment. So we don't have the right to bond. So we're ahead of you in terms of having to get creative. Does that make sense? Yeah. Desperation is the birthplace of innovation from that perspective. And so as a country, we're losing our social license to tax. We're putting it on our credit card. We're deferring that maintenance down the road. And right now, we generally pay for these projects through taxes or capital markets. And what I'm suggesting is there's also a Main Street capital market. That's all of us who do care about these things. And we do want to get that financial return. And so if you look at Salinas right now, like I said, I'm not talking about the city wealth or the corporate wealth, the government wealth or the corporate wealth. This number is just your personal wealth plus the foundation assets. You have $701 billion. So if you were able to teach yourselves that you are investors and to provide the easy button for you to invest in Salinas and get the same financial return you would get in the capital markets, and provide safety net on top of that so that we're ensuring that people are not taking additional risk, additional liquidity. If you mobilized 1% of your personal money for Salinas, you would have $7 billion. So how do you do that? The biggest thing, when we were working with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the estimates to get that number of private wealth for Pennsylvania was 1.2 trillion. By the way, I calculated it for California while we were sitting here earlier. You have at the low end $125 trillion. And when I was presenting for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the afternoon keynote got up and she was with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Center for Rural Economy. And she said, "We love the morning speaker, but unlike her 15-minute calculation on the back of the envelope, Pennsylvania does not have $1.2 trillion of private wealth. We have 5. And so you've been sitting, I can feel the tension in this room all day, all morning of the debt is going, the needs are going up, the money is going down. And now I'm coming to you saying, what if we have enough money, more than enough money to solve our problems? And what Craig just said, part of it's just looking at existing debt in our system and restructuring it. Because most of us would be thrilled with a 5 to 8% return in the stock market. And if I could invest my 401k IRA, my donor advised fund in Salinas and get a 5 to 8% return and help you refinance debt and save 2, 3, 4, 5% interest rate points on that, I would do that in a heartbeat. And so when you think about it, you need to build this system. So what we do is we grow investors, we identify, educate, and activate investors. And when the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania said, how do we partner with you? I said, you do 3 investor trainings per county in the state every year. You teach everybody that they're an investor. And then you have to create the equivalent Main Street product to match the Wall Street product. It's a community note. Would you invest in a community note and get a 1 to 4% return that was backed by Salinas, the city? Backed by large foundations? Sure. Would you do a community REIT and get a 5 to 8% return also backed by those organizations? Yes. Would you co-sign a part of your assets for your community? And I know the answer is yes, because I'm personally doing it. And so what we've done in Colorado, and now we're doing it throughout the country, is we identified, educated, and activated over 500 new investors. One of them is the Gilson Family Foundation. They've now made 25 investments for $4 million. You identify, educate, activate them, then you make it easy for them to invest in your community, and then you add safety net product on top of them. And so what we do with communities is we grow investors, We work with existing intermediaries. Those are banks, community banks, CDFI banks, credit unions, intermediaries to be that Main Street banking function. And then we create safety net product, captives, guarantees on top of that. Because if you're going to pull 1% of your money out of Wall Street to invest in Salinas, we want to make sure you get the same, if not better, financial return, risk, and liquidity. And I put up this pine cone of the Monterey pine. Does anyone know what's special about the Monterey pine cone? It needs fire to activate it. If fire doesn't come to the pine cone, it doesn't get activated and it doesn't grow another tree. All of us in this room, when I asked you who was an investor, I'll ask you again. Raise your hand if you're an investor. Everybody in this room is an investor, and you have to go through that process to get activated, just like fire is activating that pine cone. And then I learned about the amazing evolution of the lettuce system, and that turns out getting ice for trucks to store lettuce was creating that easy button for distribution for the lettuce. And then you put a package around the lettuce. And that makes it easy for those of us who are busy to eat healthy food, the easy button. So growing investors is like growing a head of lettuce. And then you've got to create the intermediary infrastructure, the easy button, which is the ice in the trucks, the packages, the pre-sale contracts for the lettuce. And then I put up here, the last piece is you got to build the safety net. I put up crop insurance agency, but you got to make sure if the good people of Salinas invest in Salinas, they're going to have an opportunity to get the same, if not better, return, risk, and liquidity. You have the courage and the work ethic to build this system for lettuce. You can build this system for your Main Street capital. It's the same process. Back to you, Rhonda.
All right. Yeah, so it's a lot to think about, right? And that safety net, I feel for me when we first talked, I was kind of starting to rock, like we got to get to the important part if I'm pulling out of stocks and bonds and the national markets. There has to be the safety net. And so that I think that would be part of the education and the more in-depth panels. And how do you roll out something like this other than the 3 counties per each state who you educate?
So we have been working with about 80 communities across 10 states, and we're looking to select about 10 to 20 communities across 5 states and work together to build some shared infrastructure. And what does that mean? Every university needs, what we're looking for are partnerships between chambers and universities that offer investor trainings for all of us. I asked you in the room, how many are investors? And hardly any of you raised your hand. And then I asked you again, and more of you raised your hand. We have to remember that we are investors, and we have to learn that we have resources and that we can invest. And then we need to build this nonprofit capital aggregation tool. It's not a fund, it's a nonprofit. It's using best practices that have already been done by 2 organizations called MCE Social Capital and Kachua Impact Fund. MCE works internationally. They're like, would you donate, co-sign, or lend money for women and girls in war-torn countries? They have 150 people on average that stay in for 10 years that say, I will co-sign for $1 million. They go to the bank and now they borrow $150 million co-signers. They don't have to take anything out of Wall Street. They just say, I'm good for it. And the bank lends them $150 million at 2 to 6% interest. You use that money to go first, restructure and refinance any of your high interest rate infrastructure, housing, all of those things. We found a nonprofit the other day that had a van with an 18% interest over 30 years. Refinance that at 4% interest. You save them hundreds of dollars a month. So the biggest thing is you got to start doing this capacity building with the chamber and universities that everyone's investors come, the water's warm. Then you've got to build a nonprofit that says, would you like to donate, co-sign, lend, or invest? That nonprofit works with the existing intermediaries. We do a scan to see where's the expensive debt we can restructure, where are the assets we can make more efficient, where are social enterprise ideas, where are opportunities for pay for success and performance-based contracting, and where do we invest in business development and fundraising to go get more resources. And then, like I said, just like the crop insurance agency provides crop insurance for big crops, you create the safety net on top of it so that we ensure that it goes well for everybody.
Thanks. And so, Craig, how do you see this fitting within the type of deals you put together?
So this is a really interesting concept, and it has a lot of really strong legs around the idea of getting local participation. We are seeing, if you go back 30 years, I've been in this business about 35, but about 30 years ago, we used to call what they called mini bonds. And the idea was the cities would literally say, hey, we need to raise $1 million to fix a park or whatever it was. And they would literally have people walk in off the streets, citizens, who would go to the counter and say, I'd like to buy a mini bond. And instead of it being a big $5,000 bond or a $100,000 block, it was literally being sold at $100 or $250 or $500. So it allowed the non-Wall Street investors to participate. So if Mrs. Jones wanted to walk in with her $100, she actually could participate. What we've turned into from the regular capital markets that most of you know for tax exempt bonds is, we get asked this question a lot from local residents. Hey, can I buy the city's bonds? And the answer is, well, through the underwriter, you can buy the bond if the bond doesn't get, swallowed up by institutional investors. So this idea of having retail or individuals participating is a huge market. Like there is a lot of, we hear about it organically that there's a lot of interest. I will say though, on the counter side, we did some work on a similar project up in the peninsula where there is extreme wealth, and we had tech bros and we had doctors and a lot of very successful people said, yeah, I'll buy the city sewer bond, but I want 6% because that's what I get on all my other money. So and we said, no. You're supposed to be participating at a local level to help. This is your own city. This is a benefit you'll get. Wouldn't you like to lend us the money at 3%? So it was an unstructured form of asking for local participation, but it was an interesting outcome because we had folks that say, oh, I'll just buy the whole thing. How much does the city need? Oh, $5 million? Yeah, I can write a check for that. Talk to my advisor. He'll tell you what the interest rate should be. And we said, well, no, we can go through the underwriting world and borrow this money at 3%. We're doing you a favor, letting you have access to these city bonds at 3%. So there was the disconnect there that, right, everybody wants a good deal, but I love the idea of baking in this idea of you're participating, you're underwriting, you're co-signing for a different reason. There's a benefit there. There's a very internal benefit, not just, hey, I need to make as much as I'm making in the stock market right now, and I'm in the, the IPO world.
I just want to say one thing add on one thing about this is, like I said, Colorado's ahead of you because we have not been able to bond for a long time in the way that you can bond and tax yourself. I think part of the reason we developed this is I am pro-tax and I would pay. But right now, there's no way to go capture my willingness to pay more from the communities I love. And what I love about this is in Colorado, we are cowboys, American flags, freedom, don't impose upon me. We pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps. And what I love about this is an opportunity to go capture people who are willing to invest at a rate that is good for the community and good for each other. And it's not imposed upon you. It's not passive. It's an affirmative thing. And in Colorado, we need to change the language that infrastructure, education, schools are investments versus expenses. And this allows you to say, you can imagine 10 years from now, we're sitting talking to farmers in Salinas, and they're like, did you see the new community note that came out on small business? And oh yeah, that's been a great note. Margie had us invested in the one that refinanced student loans 10 years ago. That's been a great investment for us. Imagine if people use that language to talk about our infrastructure versus don't tax me anymore.
I'll just add on that. One of the interesting conversations we have, and this is relevant even to Salinas, is when you have these large capital projects, and back in the day, it used to be a project that the city needed to build through Public Works might be $1 million to $5 million. And now you're hearing from staff and you're hearing from the city folks that, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Lots of extra zeros than we had before. So one of the conversations we have is at a policy level is to this Colorado scenario is generational equity, right? So if I have to replace a water tank and that water tank is going to cost me $20 million, do I really want the ratepayer today to fund $20 million? Is it fair to say whoever's in the room today gets to pay for this project, and then the next project will get paid by the residents that are living in town in 10 years or 20 years? If you're building a water tank that's a 50-year facility, do you not want the person behind you who moves into your house to pay their share of that property or that project? And there's a real disconnect. And we have this conversation a lot with elected officials who, you're either anti-debt or you're pro-debt, and there's not a right or wrong answer there, but it's, okay, we have to raise the sewer rates or raise the water rates in order to pay for this, we call it a hiccup, right? You got to come up with $20 million in 1 year. How do you do it if you can't borrow it? So it's an interesting, I actually appreciate having that conversation in public settings, because there's no right answer, but you start to think, okay, well, we probably should have been banking or doing capital reserves like the city's doing for the police and the library, where you're putting money aside so that when you finally do need to spend the 20, you've actually got it in the bank. You're not stuck figuring out, okay, we're at zero and we need to come up with $20 million in year one.
That's a great point about the reserves. I hope we have other reserves. I know Selena's in the room, so there's a nod there, right? Any questions? I feel like this is a very creative concept, and there's got to be some juices are flowing, and there are probably also some skeptics. So, all right, one for Aaron. Could the same financing mechanism for the new police station be used to build a new city hall? Did it come from this table?
Yes, absolutely.
On the block where the old police station was. So it's very specific.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be used for essential government facilities. And as long as the city has the ability to sign a lease, then we can do it. We use the city's credit essentially. So the bonds are based on the city's credit rating. If the city has the ability to sign a lease, then we can do that. And as I said, essential government facilities. So like a baseball stadium, probably not, but a fire department, a city hall, that sort of thing, absolutely, we can do that.
Right. And I do always think that facilities like buildings themselves, it's easier to get them funded than it is a sewer or something that's a little less attractive. But your funding model could go toward any of these, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is that true, or is that just my personal bent? Craig, do you have a hard time putting together sewer deals and those more so?
No, actually, the revenue producing assets like a water or sewer, or, generally into the utilities, in California, we have those are better credits because we have the ability to raise the rates in order to pay back the debt and to maintain the systems. It's the city halls that are tough because there's no revenue stream behind a city hall.
And one thing that I'll point out is that in a lot of our projects, we find that cities are leasing spaces throughout their communities. And what we do, what we're able to do is consolidate those spaces. So you take all of those leases that you're spending money on throughout the city, and then you put that money towards the debt service for this new facility. And as I said, the rent is the debt service, and then the facility is returned to you at the end of the term without additional costs. So we're not selling it back to you at market rate later. It just turns over to you at the end once the debt is repaid.
And this system works that I was discussing. I'll give you 3 case studies in Colorado very quickly. It works for revenue generating or savings. And so we were able, the first one we did is we refinanced a museum in Denver, Colorado at a 1% mortgage, and we saved the museum $550,000 a year for 10 years. That's as if giving them $5 million. And technically, we used expense money from the investors, money that they were going to give and not get back, and they got it back. So we said the investor got 101% return on their money, because when you give away money and don't get it back as expense, it's a negative 100% financial loss. The second one we did was a nonprofit with a for-profit building, it was a 40,000 square foot building that was a historic building renovation that I led from design to construction. It was actually a design build that went wrong. And we were short $9.5 million. And so I was an advisor for a donor advised fund at our local community foundation. And we got permission from the local community foundation to do a 1% mortgage for the shortfall of the building renovation and the existing mortgage. That saved us, and we did a historic tax credit with a private entity after we got out of our tax exempt bonds. That saved us $6 million, gave us 101% return plus a tax deduction. For complex projects about where you're like, is there revenue savings? This was 10 years ago. The city of Denver, we had a huge population, or a huge problem with unhoused population. At that time, I've heard the numbers have doubled since then. It was $50,000 to support somebody living unhoused on the streets. At that time, it was $13,500 to build a dorm room with a social worker. The advocates for permanent supportive housing said, City of Denver, build permanent supportive housing. The City of Denver said, we can't do that, because if we do that and nobody moves in, we are going to have egg on our face. So we did a 3-way contract with our new investors that we activated. They put up $10 million to build the permanent supportive housing, which hypothetically saved the city, for every time somebody lived in it for an entire year, would save the city $33,500 per year. And we split that savings to pay back the investors and save the city money. So there's creative ways to do this. At the highest level, we're looking in the city and the city's partners for ways we can reduce existing debt, make assets more efficient, come up with ideas to sell goods or services. You'll be shocked at all of the opportunities to save tens, hundreds of millions of dollars in that space.
Thank you. Okay, another question for you, Aaron. And this is a chance to shine because we have worked with you extensively, but can you please tell us more about the Public Facilities Group in general?
Sure. Public Facilities Group, we are a 501c3 not-for-profit, and we do exclusively these public-private partnerships with 6320 bonds. So we're based in Seattle. We have done 30 projects over many years. We currently have 2 projects under construction, and we've got an office building in the county of Los Angeles, and we have a skilled nursing facility for the state of Washington. We've done student housing, we've done city halls, we've done university facilities, laboratories. So these are, we really focus on the public benefit, and we want to make sure that the project is right for us and for the city. So we know that if you can bundle projects, that's better, because there's a lot of legal work that needs to happen to put these projects together. But we want to make sure that that the public is getting the most benefit out of this. And as I said, the rent that is paid is the debt service. We don't have any, additional profit centers there. We just want to make sure that we're, working for the public benefit as a not-for-profit.
Thank you. And just from being here when we were doing those projects, I was impressed with the quickness of the project. It was just executed, and then we had buildings that other times would have taken many years. Do you have any data, or that's my subjective opinion, do you have data that supports that?
The University of Washington did a study. They did we had one building that was built by the University of Washington through their standard procurement process, and one that we did. Ours came in at, I think it was 40% less in the budget, and we delivered it 2 years faster. So we had a 2-year timeline. They had a 4-year timeline. So we have experience with that. And really, when you're working with a private development team that is incentivized to save money, and what we do is we structure our contracts so that if there are project savings, that the development team will get a portion of those savings. Most of the savings goes to the city, but the development team is incentivized to bring the project in under budget and on schedule because they get a portion of any project savings there. So we leverage that private sector development, but for the benefit of the public sector.
That's great. And it really did feel like Strike Force came in to make this happen. And we have the benefit of it to show it. So thank you for that. An additional question, and I think this is for you, Stephanie. How does your concept compare to state infrastructure banks in California, iBank?
For the last couple of years, we've been working with iBank, with the U.S. Forest Service nationally. And when I must say this, there's the term active and passive. And those make very specific definitions in investing, and I'm not talking about that. What we're talking about is you all being emotionally and financially connected to what you're investing in. I mean, I can imagine if we decide to go on a journey together with all of these great partners up on stage who are amazing to build the projects. The question is, it costs about $5,000 to grow a new investor, just like growing a head of lettuce. But when you grow that new investor, they keep investing over and over and over again. So the cost of that, it's a one-time cost, and then they keep growing their investors. The goal would be, hey, let's do a journey over 2 years to grow 50 new investors that want to co-invest with the city in Salinas. And our goal will be $100 million, $250 million to do a pilot project to be like, can we go grow new investors, co-invest with amazing developers and infrastructure developers like this from that perspective? And what that's really doing is when you invest in the iBank, when you get taxed, and like I said, I'm pro-tax, I'm pro-iBank. I'm like, I wish they could take more of my money, personally. But we live in a place in Colorado and increasingly throughout the country where people don't want to be taxed more, but they do care. They care about their housing. They care about their infrastructure. They care about their wastewater. So this is an opportunity to make a tighter circle and make that money circularly come back into the community. So what we did in Colorado is over 3 years, we focused on a pilot project to activate new investors. We activated 155 new investors. Every year, we would do a farmer's market of investment opportunities, like literally having the library, the police, and the new investors would walk through a little farmer's market of the investment opportunities. And you would watch them light up. And I'll never forget one of our foundations, the Arca Bren and Sapelo Foundation. Her name is Nicole. She walked through the farmer's market of investments. Think like it's a farmer's market of investments in your community. And she's like, Stephanie, I know what I want to invest in before she even went in. She's like, I want to do A things, B things, and C things. And she walked through the incredible farmer's market of investments, projects, nonprofits, small businesses, startups, funds, infrastructures in this farmer's market. And guess what? She invested in 6 things that were not A, B, and C. Because there's what she thought she wanted to invest in. And then she met these incredible people in the community doing these incredible things. And she started writing checks. And then after a year or two, she's like, Steph, I don't want to chase down all 5 of these investments. Can you give me the easy button to do this? But that farmer's market experience of getting trained and educated and activated and then going through the farmer's market was a critical piece of her heart exploding, getting connected to the people, the place, and the opportunities to mobilize those resources. So you take that process we've done in Colorado, make it more efficient, and do it and create a beautiful, gorgeous campaign. Imagine if there were billboards and throughout Salinas that says, I'm an investor, and we're giving every 6th grade kid a Kiva card so they can co-invest with us also. And you show that everybody's an investor and that if we invest in our infrastructure long-term, it takes care of us, all of us.
And there is a lot of local pride, so I see that could just build on itself. Other than education, is it typical then to have a pilot program in a region before you start trying to grow out others?
Absolutely. The hardest first investors are your first 50, right? So what you want to do is get the coalition of the willing, identify them, educate them, activate them, showcase them, have them all flavors, shapes, and sizes, and be like them, be like them, be like them. They did that. I can do that. So you start doing a one-off project here, a project, a nonprofit, a small business, a startup. And part of the activation process is really, when you meet somebody, is ask them who their favorite nonprofit is, what their favorite infrastructure project is. You're wanting to say, like, let me help you solve your problem. And you help them do that once, twice, and 3 times. Then you can get into a conversation to say, hey, let's talk about the sports complex. So there's a piece of doing that work to grow that first investor, providing that farmer's market, opportunities for them on a regular basis to come find opportunities, helping see that it can be done easily, safely, and fun, and then sharing those stories and wash and repeat again.
All right, that's our out of the box thinking. I think it's fantastic and I really appreciate your time. Any additional questions before we close out this panel? No, thank you guys so much.
All right, so it's the best time of day, lunch. So we have Salinas City Barbecue here. So lots of yummy food, and I think we are all set up and ready. Yeah, so if you all want to help yourself, and then we have our keynote coming up here in a little bit. So please enjoy lunch, and we'll see you back in about 45 minutes. All right. Okay, so very excited to introduce everybody. You may know him already, Larry Cosmont. He is the founder of Cosmont Companies, and we're going to be delivering our keynote speech today. Cosmont Companies is a leading firm in public, private real estate, economic development, and infrastructure finance. Larry has structured and negotiated more than $10 billion in public and private transactions, helping hundreds of local governments and more than 1,000 private sector projects navigate financing, approvals, and economic development opportunities. In addition to leading several successful companies, Larry has served in key public sector leadership roles, including city manager, community development director, and interim city administrator. His unique perspective at the intersection of government, development, and finance has made him a recognized leader on public-private partnerships and economic development. And please, everyone, help me welcome Larry Cosmont.
Thank you. So great to be here. I always it's always a challenge, I think, to discuss economic development with folks who are rational, that are actually in business, because the business of economic development is so jumbled and mixed and a little bit complicated. It shouldn't be. I mean, you should think about the capacity to invest in your own community to enable the private sector to make investment and improve quality of life. That's what this whole thing is about. But in reality, I'm going to walk down here. I like to move around. I'll go ahead and do that. But in reality, thank you. The nature of economic development really relies on three fundamentals. One is having good real estate. Number two, understanding how to serve a working and consumer population, so infrastructure. And then how to finance improvements, because in reality, what happens with cities is they become like neglected closets in a way. You just throw stuff in there, you leave it there, you don't recycle, and then pretty soon you have antiquated systems and you have costly repairs. And you can't really do that, which is why Renee and his team have been so focused on economic development and why this presentation, I think, is critical. These are our three companies. I have this up just because I like the colors. No, I'm kidding. I have these up just to show you that in reality, the complexity of running a city, again, I'm a former city manager, is really a function of having the ability to be strategic, and that's sort of the blue company, and then know how to transact real estate, because at the end of the day, whether it's zoning or ownership or leverage becomes important, then how to finance it. So, Selena's story, I think the objective really is about enhancing the quality of life and securing funding so that you can install infrastructure. I mean, that's the key play for any community. Yeah, that's perfect. And in reality, for Salinas, it's a matter of identifying projects that are going to move the economy forward. We've done that here, and I'm going to show you that. There's a couple of slides. They're a little bit busy. I apologize for some of the busyness of the slides, but there's a lot of information. So part of this is about figuring out which projects really would leverage private investment. At the end of the day, what you want to do in a community is figure out what works for you, whether it's for the constituent on the residential side or on the commercial side, industrial side, and put money into those underlying systems. Well, here's the issue though. We are a consumer economy. I know that in a city like Salinas, you have a lot of driven economic aspects that are supported by larger or medium-sized or even smaller employers. At the end of the day, our entire economy in the United States is a consumer-based economy that is changing so quickly that if you're in the business of economic development, which is harnessing private activity, you have to figure out what's there to harness. Is it a digital center? Is it infrastructure that supports agriculture? Sure it is at some level. But is it infrastructure that supports retail? Yes and no. And what infrastructure supports retail? In reality, the thing that many people are concerned about, supportive of, or not supportive of is housing and housing density, something we'll talk about. At the end of the day, rooftops are really the support mechanism for retail. So none of these things are that clear. So economic and development tools that you use have to be used properly. So you have to figure out where you're going so you get to the right spot. So we'll talk about the economy a little bit, and then Salinas' work plan moving forward. So here's the playbook. Our company has the privilege of working with over 150 communities in California. I was a 26-year-old city manager in a place called Bell Gardens, not Bell, because Bell is where everybody went to jail. I stayed out of jail. But in reality, I learned how to run cities. Like Renee, we were both young city managers. We learned how to run cities in an economy that was driven by Costco's and shopping centers. It's just not the way life is anymore. So when the city is now putting together its playbook, it's really looking at underlying infrastructure that has long-term benefit, whether it's streets and sidewalks, those tend to be quality of life investments, and then, or it's Salinas Municipal Airport or sanitary or industrial waste facility or stormwater, which would tend to support industrial. You see how it goes. So infrastructure, quality of life, the 3 S's, streets, sidewalks, stormwater, all needing, what's the middle of this graphic? They all need some form of federal money. or state money, because as I said about cities, they tend to go through cycles of neglect or cycles of change. And so all of a sudden you get a visionary mayor and council to say, whoa, if we don't make this long-term investment, if we don't figure out what categories leverage us the best, really propel us into the future, that's one mistake. So let's say we do that. Well, okay, but then how do we underwrite it? The funding sources, the strategy and the approach are all pretty much figured out. The city has figured out what it has to do in all these categories, but the funding sources are the sort of the diverse playbook of getting other public money. You'll hear me say OPM, other public money, into your community so that you can meet these kinds of timeframes. Look at these. This is what I call sort of the core industrial commercial infrastructure awakening that Salinas needs to go through, which is industrial waste treatment, Salinas Municipal Airport, sanitary sewer. Again, some of this is driven by the ability to get OPM. Others are driven by us, user rates, and something no one ever likes to talk about, but you have to pay the piper at some point. So the key is how do you selectively identify, one, what it is that gets you the most for your money? In other words, what propels quality of life and economic investment? As you saw that, economic development, quality of life. Number two, how do I pay the least for it and get the most out of it? That's really what it comes down to. So that's a combination of having a strategy around grants or finance. And then the rest is, how do I backfill the payment schedule? Because we all have to pay for building our futures. The timing is really the capacity to perform based on your ability to acquire all of those aspects of a strategy. Then that would be hard enough. No, we live in California. That is a challenging place, especially when you think about the fact that we send about 100 people up to Sacramento without adult supervision, and they come back with a bunch of stuff that really starts to defy logic or makes our life complicated. In this case, housing has entered the conversation in California in a way that is inescapable. You cannot lead a community, live in a community, manage a community, invest in a community without understanding that the state is basically mandating two things on local communities that they will not back off on: delivery of housing in various categories of income, very low, low, moderate, and then a market, and sustainability, meaning energy conservation, mobility, connectivity, alternative energy programs, and sustainability to fight off, combat, and be resistant toward damage like the Pacific fires, Palisades fires. So the pressure that comes on communities from the state to perform, and I'll show you in the next slide, induces us to figure out at the local level, one, how do we comply but make the most of it? How do we manage a required delivery in housing that's really significant? I'll show you in a second. And number two, how do I build the infrastructure? And what do I have in my toolkit to make this work? And what we've figured out at Cosmon is that there are really three tools that you have. It's not a lot, but you have them if you do well. If you do them well, you can actually make it through and comply. One is the creation of a tax increment district, not a new tax. You lay down an area of the community, Salinas. We're looking at doing it right now, something around 3,500 acres or so. You don't have to be adjacent areas. You pick sub areas where you know private investment may come, and that matches those infrastructure components we were talking about. That ability to capture that value and then reinvest it in that district or anywhere in the community is one of your best economic development strategies. Another is just to go after that other money, which I'll talk about some more in a minute. And the third, which is hard to sort of envision, but pretty fundamental, the one thing that cities do that no one really else can is they can do zoning permits or entitlements. And in reality, in the right place, zoning brings value. Not all the time, but in a lot of locations, especially when it comes to residential, because as the world turns, despite the sometimes complexity and confusion at the state level, the one thing they have figured out that matches the private economy is that housing is actually the most in demand. So zoning for housing has the greatest currency value. I'll talk about that in a minute. So point is here, I want to emphasize that Salinas is out in front on this. The one tool that we think or really makes a material difference for long-term economic gain for a local community is a tax increment district, and they are working on one. You'll hear a lot more about it. So the state's focused on housing, climate, and infrastructure. That's their imposition. Let me show you how that works. The state about 7 or 8 years ago declared housing an urgency matter. You know what? Not that misplaced, okay? You really can't have an economy if people have to spend $800,000, $1 million for a unit in Orange County or LA, or $700,000 in Northern California. It makes no difference. It is not a sustainable equation for California to not be producing housing, for construction costs to be really high, for density to be hard to achieve, and expect that we're going to really be an inviting place to have workers and livers and constituents. It just doesn't make sense. So the state says, okay, urgency housing, have the F up there, because look at how they're doing. About 10 years ago, they said we need about 2.5 million units by 2031. Well, we've put together about 500,000 statewide. So we're way off the mark. And that whole discussion about how to get back on track is just in front of us. Salinas needs to has built 442 units out of a 6,600 requirement. By the way, every city in the state is flunking this, which is why I use Morgan Wallen's song, if I'm the problem, well, you might be the reason. State, you have to give us tools that enable us to fulfill your mandate. Otherwise, I don't see how you can look at us in 2031 and say, you know, the world is falling apart. So at the end of the day, when you sit here running a city, running a community, and you're looking toward the future for all of our children, for our workers, for our constituents, here's what you need to know. One is that the economy gets driven mostly by consumer preferences. And so staying ahead of that curve is one way to make sure that your economic development programs are intact. Number two, that state policy can drive those directives. And that's not very predictable. So the only thing you could do there is make sure that you understand what they are and then navigate through them in a way that's accretive to the community as much as you can. We'll talk about that. And then so local zoning and economic development policy can be persuaded by private investment. That's the third piece. If at the end of the day I'm only solving for the state or I'm only solving for the consumer, I can't really engage my private investment properly to make the kind of long-term investment in my community that I need. So I thought in this next session, I was just quickly go through how we view the economy, because I think if you're going to be Salinas and try and predict your future and support it, you ought to understand your audience. It's not that simple. I use this quote from Don Henley. I changed it a little bit. We're a nation of noses pressed up against the glass. We see it on the TV, now internet. We want it really fast. All we are today is really a delivery economy. People expect things that they want, things that they need or don't need to be at the doorstep pretty quickly, which means that things have changed in the development world. It means that rooftops become more important than retail space in many cases. And the retail space becomes so prolific because for years and years, all we did was develop retail. We are, in the United States, the largest. We have the highest ratio of retail per square foot of anyone in the world. It's like 2,500 square feet of retail per man, woman, and child. Europe's about 400. So it's just, you know, we're over retail. And then you have policy changes, and now you have a consumer that doesn't necessarily want to leave their house to buy anything, and so that changes that equation. So how do you take projects that are facing high interest rates, high construction costs, and unstick them and move them forward? That becomes the question. Here's the retail, by the way. I tell folks that I remember when I was a young city manager, I had one council member hired me and he said, Larry, all you really have to do is to get me a Costco and then we're going to be fine. And I got that. I mean, in a world 40 years ago or 30 years ago when we passed Prop 13, we all went after retail. But the reality is, look at the retail scene. A lot of the larger chains are right-sizing or downsizing. COVID and digital modified sale patterns. And so what I ask folks to do when you think about whether or not retail ought to be part of your strategy, which it should be, you have to understand what retail is. If you go to any center today, in my view, you're seeing two things. I call it food and body parts because it's either food, meaning retail, but food meaning grocery, or massage or hair or whatever. I mean, it is really a function of service and eating. And so all of that hard goods, all the hard goods in the middle have pretty much gone away. Retail equals distribution, digital, convenience, daily needs, services, and events. If you don't follow that prescription, then you're chasing a ghost. And you can see it here. America now has more spas and gyms and stores selling stuff. It is a cataclysmic change. And here's what happens, because I serve so many cities and counties. When I go to communities and I show them this, they're astonished. I said, look, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because let's say you can invest in retail, different way to look at it, that actually has a mix of services that gets folks out of the house because it's entertainment, because it's good food, because it's great service, because it's wellness, because it's health, because it's education. The things you can't really do. It's hard to get your teeth cleaned on the internet. So you basically get them out for that. And if you can support whatever retail is left with rooftops, then knowing in an economy where people aren't going to the office anymore, another change because of COVID, guess what happens? Wallets stay home for longer and longer periods of time. So the key is, how do you fashion an economy locally that lets you keep up with that kind of dynamic? That's the shift. We're still consumer-based, we just consumer differently. That's all, we consume differently. What's up with retail? Well, what's up with industrial? Well, other than, let's say, agricultural and other quasi-industrial uses, we're a delivery system for goods. Industrial, whether it's digital and AI, that's one half of it. The other is basically moving goods through the economy straight to the consumer. Something else to think about. So the two most compelling product types for cities on an economic development basis today are what? Industrial and residential, because those are the growth industries. It's not retail, and it's certainly not office. Office will redeploy itself, and office is a bigger challenge than we actually think. In most urban areas, you're seeing office just sit there 50% vacant. They'll call it 35%, but when you really go through the roles, it's more like 50%. And not to be reused. Honestly, those offices are going to be reset as residential and other uses over a period of time, but it's a long way home. So again, back to a more suburban community, to the extent that you have consumers staying home because they're not going to office, you have to figure out how to reenact your local economy so that you put your economic development investment dollars in the right place. That's the point. Finally, one thing that you have to all recognize now, the value of public money. Public money is inexpensive money for the private sector, because if you're an employer, if you're a digital center, if you're a consumer-based retail center that needs infrastructure, and you can cut a deal with a community to do that, Renee can borrow at 5% and 6% rates, you have to borrow at north of 8%. So it's a big spread. So to the extent that you can enter into public-private deals, that's important, which is why understanding that project financing is challenging out there, and one of the things that we can do as a public agency is to help underwrite these deals on a selective basis. So it kind of in summary, and the important point here is that at the bottom, the economy and public policy are changing. I mean, I just explained to you how the state has shifted to climate and residential, and how consumers are staying home, and how retail is substantially different, and how industrial is the delivery system. So the question is, can we take advantage of that? How do we, in a local community, take advantage of that? It's not that we're not going to be able to manage it, control it. We just have to figure out what's in it for us. So the strategy for economic development prosperity. The key here is you take every one of these product types and you say, look, at residential, which has the highest residual land value of any use these days, residential is still expensive to build. So what you're going to see from the private sector is lower density residential, the opposite of what the state wants. It's a disconnect for sure. So the question is, how can we underwrite that? There's ways to do that. Retail will follow increased housing. So when we do and underwrite each retail here, when we support it like in an old town or a downtown, we have to figure out what's the right product mix and whether or not we can bolster it with entertainment and others. Industrial, we know is going to shift from obsolete premises to more current premises. And in some cases, you'll find industrial areas, again, shifting to residential because it's large land utilization. Hotel is a very quirky asset. The good thing about hotel for cities is that it's the one use that gives you all of your tax yield. In other words, when you get sales tax in a city, you're splitting it with the county. Property tax is split with special districts, the county and the state. Hotel is all ours. So we have a 10% rate, 8% rate, whatever it is, all that's money. Here's the hard part with hotels, creating a market for them, especially in an economy that never wants to finance a hotel. And that's what we're facing in so many communities. Cosmon is helping hotel deals by using TOT to underwrite, a rebate of TOT to underwrite that hotel in early years so we can get it in. So if we can create special attraction assets here, whatever that is, Car Lake, soccer, others, recreation uses, that may bolster the population for a hotel. And if Renee sees that he can underwrite a hotel and maybe wants to recommend a TOT piece for a bit, maybe that's how you secure a deal. Not a recommendation, just a thought. An office is office. So we've been through that. The way to equip Salinas for what's next is to really use these three strategies. TIF districts, I'll show you in a second, other public money, and zoning as currency. These three, the 1, 2, 3, if you can do this in some balance, if you can do this with a strategic perspective, then you can come out ahead at the end of a cycle. And by the way, these are not short cycles. These tax increment districts are created for 45 years. And what they do is they capture growth, right? They capture growth. So Salinas is looking at one, it's in process. Here's what happens. You create a boundary or a series of areas that are in the tax district. That basically freezes the tax base and everything that was collected at the time of creation of the special district, which is, by the way, still run by the city. 3 council members on the board, 2 public members, such folks like yourself. But you freeze that base at the time of incorporation of the new district, and then any increased property tax from revenue, from new development, or from the 1.02% increase from Prop 13 gets deposited in a separate fund, and you use it to pay for or leverage against dollars to pay for infrastructure. It's basically a special purpose fund. Here's how it works. You establish it day one, 45 years. This base stays in place. All the light green is increment, tax increment financing, not a new tax, rededication of taxes to pay and underwrite infrastructure. Now, here's the thing. We used to have this thing called redevelopment agencies. Remember any of those? Yeah, okay, a couple of folks. And in those cases, in redevelopment agency areas, I used to use the analogy, we were like the kid that came to the sandbox with our toys but took everybody else's, because we basically took everyone's tax increment. This new world of tax increment districts, EIFDs and climate resilience districts, you only come with your own shekels, you only come with your own money. And then you have to create a business plan to get other partners, just like all of us in the private sector, by the way, no difference. You have to go get equity and debt. So we have to go convince the county to throw in some of its increment. And you do that by creating a plan, something called an infrastructure financing plan for this district that attracts other public money. You might think that sounds hard. It's really not impossible. Look at how many districts that we've been able to do in California since the beginning, since 2014, which is pretty good because these things take about a year to put together, and people look at them pretty discouragingly or disparagingly when you get started because they don't really get how it works when you only as a city bring only your money to the table. Why would you ever do that? And the key is you would do it because look at all these cities that have been able to create partnerships with other districts. And look at the variety of uses, whether it's housing, bioscience, agriculture, infrastructure, water, climate, doesn't matter. You can use this money for almost anything as long as you put it in your infrastructure financing plan. And it really makes sense if you can get the public money from other agencies to be committed to your investment. And so that's exactly what Salinas is doing. They're creating the EIFD. Study's already been underway. Cosmon completed a due diligence study for the city a while ago. And right now we're looking at the county and saying, hey, Is there a way to make this work? This is a core conversation for all of you in Salinas, because I think if you can turn the corner and get this district in place and start to invest in projects that promote other investment and that generate tax dollars and jobs and housing, it really creates a baseline for the community to go forward. Next steps, we write the resolution of intention, we create the authority, and we create the district. That's where we are there. And the good news is more and more counties are teaming up with cities. So what we're asking for is achievable. Is it easy? No, it's not. None of this is easy. I started out by saying that economic development tends to be strategically and implementation-wise complicated. It's all we have, though. Part two, this is easier. All of us in business know the value of getting other people's money. In this case, we get other public money. It's grants, it's authorization from other districts to let us put that money into our project, and it's the ability to use grants for private investment, to induce private investment as well. So this strategy where an EIFD is more eligible to receive grant money, because it is, gives us the ability to ask for it and then couple it up with the private sector to see if we can co-invest. That's really the TIF district grant funding program. And there are so many billions of dollars out there. The key is you just have to know, one, what you want to invest in, and number two, how to go get that fund. That's a whole science and art delivery system, but the staff's looking at it, and it's very possible, and this is all we're doing up and down the state. And I just matched, by the way, the sources of federal and state monies with the categories of priorities that Salinas has already selected for itself. So it's achievable, on its way. Newest grant in town is something called Prop 4. All of us approved it. We may not have known it, but we did it in 2024, I think, when we went to the ballot in November. We approved Proposition 4. It's $10 billion for climate infrastructure. Remember I said the state's after two things, housing and climate. This is the climate strategy, right? This says that you will, as a community, fix sea level rise, resilience from fires, and while you do that, we'll give you money to create infrastructure that is resilient. Wow. It's a big, big pool of dollars. Salinas is just going to have to figure out how to get into that pocketbook because it's a big one. Final tool, zoning is value capture. This is the one that's kind of interesting because we never, as cities, ever charged for zoning. Why would we? We had redevelopment agencies. We could condemn property. We could get into deals. The economy was different. Sales tax was booming. Not the case. So at this point, and part three, the state hadn't woken up thinking it's short on housing and then deciding that because it's short on housing statewide, it's going to impose 240 new statutes on communities that give density away to developers called density bonus statutes, as long as the developer develops affordable housing. That is the housing game today, by the way. When I grew up in the business, we'd look at a piece of property, we'd see what the demand is, we'd look at the rents, and we'd go to a seller, owner of property, and say, I can give you X dollars per acre. Big difference today. Today, because the state has adopted all these statutes that give automated rights to, I lost my thing, to developers if they follow a certain density bonus statute, today developers basically find a property, send it to their land use lawyer, who then looks at which statute makes it the most miserable for us locally to say no to, and that's their application. That's the game they play. All right, well, two can play that game, we were saying at Cosmon, and that is, we know that we have lots of housing requirements, right? We have, very low 920, moderate 1,600, almost 1,700, low 600. This is what the state expects Salinas to deliver by 2031. Okay, I get it, but the question is, how do you capture value from rooftops? How do you capture value from rooftops and still move your community forward, knowing that you've got this big affordable housing bill to put together and comply with? And how do you make that work? And one way to make it work is to understand that the good news is, as I said earlier, rooftops actually are accretive to a community. It's just a different solution than pure sales tax was. It's not as direct, but it is accretive. And zoning density can induce development. So upzoning certain locations actually creates value for the private sector. If you do that, you create the zoning rather than putting it in a specific plan, which is what we did for years. Think about that. Good idea. Let's increase the zoning because we want an old downtown to matriculate up and be mixed use and have great walking streets and all of this stuff. Sure, great dream. So we give zoning away, 30 dwelling units per acre to this owner, to that owner. None of those folks ever developed one thing in their life. Some of them are just have the property through an LLC that they inherited it. So you're not really moving the needle, you're just basically giving away value. The key here is because we as cities have the responsibility to deliver the future, let's give the zoning to ourselves. Let's bank the zoning, approve it, pick an area, approve zoning, bank it, and then trade it out on a transaction by transaction basis to do two things. One, to meet your compliance. Number two, to add rooftops and make sure that whoever you're giving the zoning to on a deal by deal basis is someone who's going to deliver the zoning, because you need to anyway. So the third tool becomes what we call value capture zoning. And cities are doing it. Buellton, all of these cities are starting to understand that they can charge for zoning, they can strategically negotiate for zoning, and most importantly, where they haven't given the zoning away to the state in pursuing a housing element that's been required of them, where they left a corridor out, they can come back and say, I'll consider density on this corridor, but I'm going to trade for it. I'm going to trade for it and get what I need out of it so I can comply. Okay, so wrapping it up, and I realize it's a lot of stuff, but I started out by saying that the economic development business is not a straightforward business. Why? Because it really starts with, follows patterns of investment, patterns of consumer behavior, patterns of capital cost that are not under our control locally. So we really burden a council, a city manager, a community development director, a finance director with the complicated task of figuring out what's in our community today and how do I get it to the next level given the playing field that I can't control and I can only manipulate certain ways. And the way you manipulate is by giving it money through a special district, by capturing the value of investment, by going after other public money, or using your zoning as leverage. That's really what has to be done. And so if we're going to accomplish the infrastructure game plan, streets and sidewalks, the next steps are going to be to get those projects in shape so that we can pursue that OPM. The quality of life infrastructure really relies on, in addition to new tax base that gets generated through the other economic development strategies, primarily, especially in the starter kit, relies on these grants. So that becomes a very serious and significant consideration. The game plan for economic development is picking these large projects, putting them in a district, and starting to underwrite those, like the airport area. So the TIF district and zoning at some level become key, as well as other public money, to really get these done. In a nutshell, if you're in the huddle, you're looking at TIF, grants, value capture zoning, using your public financing to generate private investment. That's sort of the wheel of fortune that we all have to deal with locally to make it work. And so our next steps in Salinas is to go ahead and complete that district, get the county as a partner, choose the infrastructure and private sector projects we want to invest in, use the value capture tools and our tax-exempt financing, pursue other public money. And one other thing, the state is now looking again at opportunity zones, and we have some eligibility here locally. So we have a new kind of OPM, but that's other private money. If we can secure an opportunity zone, which, by the way, the OZ 2.0 applications in California will give preference to communities that have created a TIF district. I did the panel for GoBiz just last week and basically convinced the governor to just make it a priority so that if a city has a TIF district in the making, it gets higher eligibility for an opportunity zone. For those of you who don't know, the opportunity zone is really a 1031 exchange program. It lets this table bought a property over there 10 years ago. They've got $1 million of profit or boot. They can move it into the Salinas Opportunity Zone. and not pay capital gain on it. If they keep that investment for 10 years, the capital gain goes away. So it's a capital gain boot program. It's private money to go with public money. So that's it. You can't do any of this, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. City Manager, without educating. It's a big story. You can't show up and say, tomorrow we're doing value capture zoning, a TIF district, and going after OPM. It just doesn't really, I've tried it at parties, it gets me nowhere. So I suggest educate, engage, enable, and entitle. You need the right folks in the room. You really do. You need your whole team. Renee understands that. He really is very good at leading these teams. And if you do it the right way, you can actually achieve community prosperity, which is what we're all after. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Sure, any questions? I'll throw things. I can duck. I move pretty easily. Yeah. Questions, thoughts? I have a small test I could pass out. Question. Okay, you just got these people off the test. Thank you. Yeah, we're working on it. They actually are doing a EIFD and a CRD, and the CRD is more for the oceanfront with the, the pier and the other waterfront damage and hillside damage, because climate districts, I didn't bring those slides because it's just a lot, but climate districts are like EIFDs, but they're focused on sea level rise and those kinds of special projects. And then there's some state funding like Prop 4 money that goes with it. That's their plan there. Yeah, the Santa Cruz. The questions? Yeah, it's a great question. There's no special tax. Again, if you go, let me just do this. It's just a concept that takes a little bit of thinking it through. So again, you and I, we own property. Let's say this room is in this district already. We're already paying a property tax. This room is paying it. So nothing changes, right? But the room gets thrown in the TIF district. Okay, table number one, very aggressive table in the back. You can see the guys with the hats. Okay, they build a whole bunch of units in this room, and all of a sudden the value goes up. The assessor comes along and says, table one, good job, but you now owe twice the property tax, whatever that number is. That twice the property tax from the one times is tax increment. That tax increment doesn't go back to the city. It now goes to the Public Financing Authority, which is managed by the city. They get that new tax. And guess what? They can spend that new tax on any infrastructure project in the district, even some outside the district. So you're trying to create an area that tells the private sector that for 45 years, all the investments I make here will be reinvested in by the public sector that captures the increase in tax in this area. So you're creating what I call a cycle of investment. That's all you're doing, is you're making the area investment friendly. Private property investment or new development, the TIF, the increase, deposited in a separate fund dedicated to that area that has a plan to spend it on things that you know about, because when you create the district, you define those projects and you pay for them. That's how TIF works, not a new tax. Yes, sir. You can. You can go ahead and augment on a voluntary basis, augment with tax increment. Here's the other thing you can do. You can invite a special district can join and be on the board if they commit a revenue. And it doesn't have to be property tax. It can be their district revenue, whatever that is, a parcel tax, whatever that might be, a rate fee. In Southern California, we've had a sales tax increment district. You have to create a property tax increment because statutorily that's where that's all it is, but you can add to it. You can manuscript it. Yes, it's a great question. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. No, the law lets you make findings of benefit. The question is how we can make those findings so they would withstand a challenge. But it's benefit to the district. Yes, correct. There's a like by putting the structure, making it up across the street, the uses in the district that aren't in this, where the structure is benefit. Yes, exactly. I think I'm out of time. I'm getting the hook. Thanks. You've been a great audience. Appreciate it.
All right, we just need a couple minutes to do a little stage reset, and then we'll get started in about 5 minutes. Okay, so actually we got that done. Teamwork makes the dream work. So we actually got that done a little bit, a little quicker. So just a quick intro to our next panel. So this is going to be a really exciting one. When we were doing our planning session, I got super excited about the conversation. But this is our construction contractor roundtable. And to facilitate this next session, we want to introduce Catherine Avila. Catherine leads real estate entitlement, investments, and special projects for Avila Construction Company. And over the past 7 years, she's played a key role in advancing housing and development projects throughout Monterey County, helping guide projects from site acquisition and financial analysis through permitting and construction. Catherine has been involved in the development of more than 575 agricultural worker housing units across California and Arizona, as well as educational and industrial projects. She's a graduate of Santa Clara University with a degree in finance and brings a strong combination of analytical experience, project management skills, and a commitment to building projects that strengthen local communities. So please join me in welcoming Catherine and our panel.
Thank you for that very nice introduction, and good to see all of you in the room. Lots of familiar faces as well as some new friends here. I typically work in what I'll call the vertical construction industry, so my horizontal construction friends are more likely to be in the room today, but I'm excited to be here with you all, so thank you for that. I'd like to ask each of our panelists today to actually introduce themselves. I think you'll do a better job at it than I will, so we can just go down the row here. Christy, would you like to go first?
My name's Christy Cromings. I'm the Executive Director of the Central Coast Builders Association. We're an association that's been working for 76 years to improve the integrity of the construction industry and make sure there's fair bidding practices within our area. Our area does cover San Benito, Santa Cruz, and Monterey counties. I'm currently the president of the Golden State Builders Exchanges, which is a coalition of all 23 builders exchanges within California, and we are working to expand all of our services across the state.
Thank you, Frank.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. Frank Lopez with Harrison Associates. So the firm that I represent, we're a consulting firm. So we provide civil engineering design, construction management, environmental permit and compliance. So a lot of the local projects that you all visit frequently, like MGM Parkway, MC Surf, we're a part of those types of projects. Born and raised here in the Salinas Valley, Gonzales High grad. So go Spartans. Yeah. Also a Hartnell College grad. So came back to the area to raise our family, and been here for over 2 decades working for in the civil engineering industry. I'm a professional engineer by education and licensure, and excited to be here today.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Bill McGowan. I'm with Granite Construction Company. I'm vice president. I focus on large projects and collaborative delivery. It's funny when I think about my career. I started my career with Granite Construction Company 40 years ago on Abbott Street, running parts in our shop down there. So it's kind of neat to see how Salinas has grown and changed over the years. I spend most of my time focused on collaborative delivery, CMGC, progressive design build, and that's a big part of Granite's portfolio lately, and look forward to sharing some stories and lessons learned about it today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all for introducing yourselves. So we'll just kick right off and get into our first question. And I'd like to start with Frank. What are you seeing as the biggest challenges facing contractors and public project owners on public infrastructure projects today?
Well, it was alluded to earlier. I think a lot of it has been said around funding, so I won't kind of go there. But what I will talk about is to echo what Carl has said around regulatory compliance and permitting. We're seeing a lot of requirements that have been put forward on projects really slow down progress on projects, really increase cost as we get into construction just for the monitoring associated with them. And then something that hasn't been discussed here today is workforce development. I think we're running into some challenges within our industry of just having the workforce to deliver everything that we're talking about here today. There's huge opportunity in front of us, but there's not enough of us in the construction trade, in the professional services trade to really meet that need. So there's opportunity there to explore in terms of how do we raise our incoming engineers, our construction managers, our contractors, our tradesmen.
Thanks, Christy. I see you nodding your head in agreement, so I'll let you continue.
That's exactly what the problem is at this point. The work shift is a lack of interest from young people to want to go into the industry. They believe that they should make top dollar coming out of college, and they have no experience. So workforce development is a huge challenge for us. It is something that the Builders Exchange is trying to combat, just to put that out there so people know. But we're starting some new classes and stuff to try to combat that, and some new AI stuff with the Meta. So we're working on some new programs to get people trained a little better in their fields.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And we'll maybe put a pin in AI. I'm sure that'll come
Yeah.
up later in our discussion as well. Bill, how about you? What are the biggest challenges that Granite's facing?
Well, I mean, right now, I think we're in an uptick in the industry right now. We've seen a lot of opportunities, and I'm seeing a lot of activity, a lot of funding. It's finally coming down the pipe. We're a big public works contractor, so we're a big beneficiary of the IIJA and all the federal money and SB1 that's coming into our industry. You know, Granite is a kind of a transportation infrastructure horizontal contractor. So, you know, and we're based here in Watsonville, and California's spending a lot of money building roads. So from the challenges for us are, you know, kind of like on the workforce development, is getting enough people so that we can, you know, hold our high standards, you know, keep our culture as a company and grow methodically. We've seen it in the past where, you know, there's been explosive growth in the industry. Back in the early 2000s, we saw some big growth around the housing industry. It took us up with it, and then it burst, and it kind of took us down with it. So our big challenge is to be thoughtful and methodical with our growth as a company.
Great. So in terms of what types of projects and contracts you're currently looking at as the most interesting, what sorts of delivery methods is your company really leaning into right now, and why?
That's a good question. So we are leaning into collaborative delivery methods like CMGC, Progressive Design Build, CMAR. You know, it's probably dollar-wise about half of what we do as a company. I mean, the other half of our company is low bid. That keeps us focused and being competitive in the marketplace. But the other half is collaborative. We like to work, you know, side by side with owners in the planning and in the design phase, and then that makes the construction phase go a lot better. So maybe why it does, and I think a lot of the speakers this morning touched on it, and I think the big thing is about funding. You know, if you can get your builder in working with your designers and your planners early in the design process, you can match that scope with available funding. And it gets even more complex than that. If funding is uncertain, or you have a plan for funding out into the future and you're not sure if it's going to happen or not, if you have your builder involved, you can kind of match what you have at the moment. You can get the momentum going on your project, which has a lot of benefits. It starts delivering benefits to the stakeholders and to the community, but it also sends a message to funders from the state and local and federal level that, hey, this project's moving. If you keep your design going and you get shovel-ready drawings going and you have construction going and benefits going to stakeholders, I've seen it before, and I saw it with the local Caltrans District 5, they can't stop funding it. They want to keep sending money to the project and make sure that project gets finished. So long story short, I think collaborative delivery has been a great thing for Granite. We like working with clients, and I think it's a good thing for the industry.
Frank, I'd love to hear from you on the same topic. From your background more as an engineer, how do those delivery methods work for you and your team at Harris?
They work well, and I want to focus more on the collaboration that it really induces. I think what we're starting to see is that when you bring the right people to the table at the right time, you tend to head off some of the challenges you would experience in construction or even through the environmental permitting process. And what I mean by that is, typically when you go through a project, historically how it's gone is you hire your consultant, your engineer, and in some cases they bring on an environmental permit compliance team if there's some environmentally sensitive areas. And you work through the process, but the environmental team may not get involved until you've already put together a 30 or 60% design. By then, you have some challenges because the environmental consultant might say, you can't build to that width or you can't impact these areas because they're environmentally sensitive areas. And so then you have to go back and redesign and fit within those boundaries. Then you get into a bid document and you get it out to the contractor, and the contractor can look at the specs and look at the PS&E, the plan specs and estimates, and say, wow, did they really think about how to construct this? This is going to drive up cost. If they would have gone a certain direction in terms of, the design, we could have been done better around this. So the alternative delivery methods allow for that collaboration to happen early on. It's not to say that the traditional methods do not work. They can work. We've experienced that. There are opportunities to bring in your environmental team, and then in some cases, a construction management team early on to do constructability, biddability reviews to make sure that the bid documents that are getting put out to the contractors are tight. You've done your due diligence in terms of the takeoffs on your estimate. The plans and specs are exactly what you need to build this project. So I think what we're really pointing towards is the collaboration. So whether you go alternative delivery or you stay your traditional design bid build, what I would like you to take away is making sure, for the owners in the room, making sure that you are bringing the right people to the table. Now, in terms of my experience with alternative delivery, we've done some things locally here. In fact, we delivered a CMAR, Construction Management at Risk project for City of Gonzales, delivering their Gonzales Community Center project, and it came out really well. And that really focused in on partnering with the architect, partnering with the contractor to really deliver this. And our role in that was owner advisory. So we're sitting on the owner's side, helping them deliver that project for them. We've done that with County of Monterey on their facilities projects. So it works quite well. And then to kind of speak, one last example I'll give is out of this area. So, Harris provides services throughout California. And so one of our clients is City of Anaheim. And City of Anaheim's Public Utilities Department wanted to deliver water main improvements and do it fast. They had KPIs, key performance indicators, that their council put forward and said, I need you to do so many miles of pipeline a year. So their idea was, well, let's do a design build delivery method, which allowed a contractor and designer to come together. They had 3 teams, we were on one, and we were able to just deliver projects more freely. So it is a solution for when leadership at local agencies are looking to really make some massive improvements within the city. It is an opportunity to kind of cut back on time.
Thank you. Bill, did you have something to add?
That was great, Frank, by the way. I find ourselves working a little bit in the environmental document phase lately, contractor, builder, working way back, helping owners with the EIR. And I didn't really know what that was going to do, but as we do it, we've done it on several jobs so far, we've been pretty effective at helping clients study the alternatives, kind of getting a better understanding of the footprint, your environmental study limits, finding ways to, understand impacts and then mitigate the impacts from a project. And then on some projects, we've actually been studying the alternatives and introduced a new alternative that actually made it into the final environmental document. So I think there's some value in getting your builder involved in the planning process a little bit there. It's maybe goes against the grain a little bit, but if you're going to build a deck in your backyard, what's the best thing you can do? You can bring your architect in, then you can bring your carpenter in. And then you've got your checkbook, you know how much you got. You can work together to figure out, what can I afford? What kind of deck do I want? And how will it get built? And so that kind of analogy flows through even into complex projects as well.
Great, thank you. Yeah, collaboration is definitely key across the line. So, Christy, I'd like to ask you, you interface with lots of us, general contractors, subcontractors. You're our main touch point in most cases for bid distributions. So what can the project owners, the cities, the counties really do to foster those relationships with the local contracting base?
So I think we've learned a lot of really interesting things today and just had some new ideas. But if we just go back to the basics of making sure that we keep the bid fair, I totally support the design build, but making sure that you give the opportunity for everybody to get their fair share in there. The city can't just pick one. It's gotta go back. It's gotta go out to bid to make it. Now the council me is talking. You gotta have your 3 bids. You gotta look at it from that force. I reached out to some of my contractors because I knew I was going to be here today and kind of asked, and one of my best friends does work with contractors on compliance. So I talked to her about what her compliance issues were, and the things that came up were to build long-term relationships. The first thing that popped into mind was, for me, was to have a public-private partnership, which we've beat to death today, but that was the first thing I put on my list. It's the first thing I listed here. Those have to happen. But really to be about consistency. So maybe working with multiple jurisdictions around the area to make the bid documents all more cohesive so that you're not getting different things from different places. The things that fall through the cracks are after something bids, the person in the office just writes on there, oh yeah, this was the opening or the date that should be on it. And that date matters because if that date is wrong, if that wasn't the date that it was put out, then the contractor has to pay a different rate. So that date matters a lot, and making sure that your staff is trained to make sure that it was the advertising date. The advertising date has to go on, and that date is extremely important. The other thing that she pointed out was standardizing the jurisdictions, but making the bid requirements as easy as possible, making sure that you let the contractor know in the bid documents how it's prevailing wage. Is it state? Is it federal? What instigated that compliance? Because some of them don't want to bid on federal, and there's different requirements for federal than there is for state. So having that clear. So correct advertising dates, determine the rates of they pay their employees, so make sure that's correct. Make sure it's clear what triggered the prevailing wage, and determine if the contractor wants to bid it. And big documents should be clear that the contractors have to be registered with DIR. There are still contractors out there that are new to bidding public projects and don't realize that they have to be registered to DIR. And it's the cities and the agencies that get fined for that if somebody's on your job and they're not registered. So the city needs to make sure that goes in their bid docs. So those were the things that she mentioned.
Yeah, thanks for identifying some of those challenges. We definitely see some of those things in our offices. When bids come out from public agencies, it can be frustrating if there are inconsistencies or questions. So with that, I'd like to talk about some more of the barriers that might discourage folks from bidding on public contracts. And I'll start with some of our own coming out of the Avila office. We've noticed in the local area recently, a lot of agencies writing qualifications for projects that are really stringent on things that may not be warranted. So, for example, an aquatic center came out to bid really recently, and that qualification said you had to have completed so many regulation size aquatic centers in the last so many years. Well, no one in this county or the tri Tri-County area will have completed that many aquatic centers. So perhaps maybe an aquatic center is specialized enough and that warrants a really specialty contractor. But to really be thoughtful about that as you're putting those jobs out to bid and say, hey, if we do want local participation, really, what does that look like? Is there anyone here that will qualify with this set of things? And I think that's a miss sometimes, because we will often then, get the calls from the local agency saying, hey, why aren't you bidding this? And we're saying, well, you said we had to build 6 football fields at high schools, and we've never done that before. So help us help you. So really being careful with those qualifications and cutting down on the amount of time that's required to process a qualification statement is really important. You'd be shocked how many 30 or 40-page qualification statement documents we get and how time-consuming those are to fill out. It makes you be really, really selective with your projects when something's that onerous to get through. So, Bill, I think you looked excited to contribute to this. I'll let you go next. What are things that discourage you all from bidding on projects?
Well, kind of like we touched on a little bit earlier, there's kind of a feast or famine mode, and we have to be, we have limited resources as a contractor, and certainly want to keep our standards up for our clients. And so we try to do a little bit of background check on funding. Is the funding certain enough? And we're seeing, in the environment over the last 5 years with, swings in the economy, swings in construction pricing, where, prices going way up, that some owners, and by no fault of their own, right? Not casting any stones there. It's just that projects become infeasible and they can't be paid for, and sometimes projects get canceled. And we can spend a lot of time pursuing projects and then see them evaporate. And we've seen that a couple of times, and so we're maybe chastened a little bit to look very closely at the funding on a project, make sure it's pretty solid, make sure we can contribute to helping them lock down their funding. And that's kind of that's one of the things we look at on a project. I would like to touch on something that Christy said, and I think it was a good point as far as, we can't have all projects be alternative delivery. Everybody needs a chance. There's a certain amount of equity we need in projects, and I completely agree with that. And not all projects are suitable for alternative deliveries like CMGC or design build or progressive design build. Most projects, can be, advanced through design, advertised and put out for bid, and it works really well. You get your low price, and you have a pre-qualification process, and you bring on a contractor to do the work. Some projects, and these are the projects I think succeed using alternative delivery, that they have real complex deliveries, or maybe unknown construction methods or phasing methods, or a lot of stakeholder interest that needs to be accounted for in the design. And so if you can bring in your builder during that early stages to kind of go through those stakeholder interests or regulatory or jurisdictional stuff and get pinpointed solutions to that, you'll have maybe more success by doing that. And then why is it more successful? Because if you don't have the builder's advice during that kind of time when you're making those decisions, you're making assumptions. And assumptions piled on top of assumptions creates, disconnects. And so when a project does go out to bid and you have a lot of assumptions by the design team about how it might have been built, then you might wind up with some trouble. So those are good reasons to use alternative delivery.
That does remind me of a project that was down in the SLO area and I think it was your project actually, but there ended up being some sort of salamander in the middle of the project that it couldn't be completed because of a salamander. Well, if they had brought you in the beginning, there could have been some other sources, some other ways to combat that and not disturb that poor salamander.
All right, well, shifting gears a little bit, I'd like to talk a little bit about the collaboration with city, county, jurisdictional staff. We know that many agencies are working with limited staff, increased project demands, increased regulatory environments. What, from your perspectives, could they change about the bidding or procurement processes to help streamline things and really ensure that those projects get awarded timely and efficiently? Frank, do you have anything to add on this? We haven't heard from you a little bit.
Yeah, no, I think the bidding process, just because we have to follow law in terms of how we bid projects, especially in your traditional bidding process, I think the timing is what it is. You know, when you think about what it takes to go from getting an actual bid and then taking it to council, prior to even taking it to council, staff reports and report outs, then taking it to council and then getting the contract. I mean, I don't know if there's any streamlining there. What I want to focus on is more what I've seen in terms of getting excitement around projects and more around getting, and by excitement, I mean getting more bids, getting more professional consultants to come to your city and want to work with you. We've seen a lot of like industry outreach meetings. So something like this, where we're seeing opportunity on the screen from a variety of presenters to say, look, come to Salinas, come to County Monterey. We're doing a lot here. Goes a long way. And I'm starting to see that happen with local agencies where they do industry outreach, and they'll present their opportunities to the professional consulting world and the contractor world and say, this is what we have coming up, come bid. And I think that leads to opportunity to kind of get better bids, better projects out the door. In terms of streamlining, I think I would leave that up to you all. You experience that behind the curtain when you guys submit your bids.
For like streamlining.
Streamlining the process itself,
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of beating this collaborative delivery drum pretty heavily, but it does create a very flexible delivery process for owners. You know, they can streamline delivery of benefits to the community by, you know, focusing on, you know, what are those permit requirements? Let's get those solved right away. Let's make those agreements with particular right-of-way acquisition, whether it's utilities or railroads or things like that. Let's prioritize that stuff, get that done so we can get to construction as fast as possible. Rather than waiting for the whole project to be ready, let's just start, let's get it going.
Right. And I think it really pays to be well prepared when the jurisdictions are putting out those bid documents. Christy, I'm sure you act at least as an informal moderator of some of these conversations that happen, right? The jurisdictions send you the bid documents, and I'm sure you hear from us in the contracting community.
I do.
So what does it look like to have a really well-prepared package for those in the room that prepare them? What are contractors looking for, and what gets them really excited?
Well, like I said, just simplifying it as much as possible, but making sure the important information is there. You know, like I said before, I do want to point out that when you do get that low bid, making sure that the low bid has a complete scope of work, because a lot of our projects skyrocket after it's already been approved, because the city or the county or whatever jurisdiction went with the lowest bid automatically, and they left things out of there.
Yeah.
Purposefully. It happens purposefully.
It's a good point, and even when it's not purposeful, we see this a lot on projects that are phased and that have been phased after they were originally conceived and drawn. So this happens on school projects a lot of times in our environment for whatever reason. They get carved up into 10 different parts and 10 different contracts, but it was only one set of original drawings. So someone had to go in there and mark up which scope went to what, and things fall through the cracks. So I would say, to the extent that if you need a phased project, really planning that out from the beginning, separating your bid packages so that they are really clear. We know what we're bidding versus the other contract. That causes a great amount of confusion, and I think it hurts everyone at the end of the day.
And as the person that holds on to the actual documents, we actually do get a lot of projects, at least 3 a year, and I think that that's a lot, that are broken up into small little sections, all bidding at the same time on the same day. And so that makes it incredibly complicated. Please don't do that. For everyone. But, you know, I mean, I understand why, coming from the city point of view, I understand why you would do it, but it does make it very difficult for the contractor. And if you're trying to develop that relationship, you know, be open to hearing what they have to say.
Thanks. So we've all seen a lot of changes in the industry, and I'm wondering, in the last 5 years, what people have identified as the largest change that they've seen. This could be AI or any other trends that you're noticing as it relates to the public project environment. I'll just kick it off to whoever wants to take the mic.
I have a big one.
Okay.
So this week, we had a company contact us, and they have a pilot program to run your machinery for you without a driver. And they want some people to test it for them. So we've been dealing quite a bit with AI and how it affects us and how to incorporate it into what we do, which is managing the bidding documents and those types of things. The classes that I'm looking into are actually done with the Meta goggles, and we're working on a program for plumbing. There's already one for HVAC, so that they have the goggles on and they're hands-on. You know, with the goggles, they're working on a piece of machinery. It's not there, but they're working on it. So plumbing is one of the biggest areas that we have found that no one wants to go into anymore. No one wants to work on anybody's toilet. And we're literally, shit is really going to hit the fan if we don't have a plumber. So that's why I'm working specifically on the plumbing aspect of it and trying to develop that class. But I'd be interested in talking to you about the other things.
I mean, I've heard the same thing about AI and driverless equipment. I mean, equipment, they don't even make a cab anymore. And I mean, of course, I mean, there's bigger concerns. I mean, it kind of goes back to that workforce development thing. I mean, how do we retrain our workforce that used to operate those bulldozers and excavators? And I think that's, you know, I guess I've listened to too many podcasts, but that should be the AI dividend that comes out of it, that we retrain this workforce before we, you know, just drop them out of the seat.
I happen to be a person who believes that if you that you are an artist, if you drive a backhoe, I think it's an artistry. It reminds me of ballet. So I would have a hard time believing that a machine could do that.
Yeah.
But they've got a thing to put in your cab now and try it.
Yeah. It's, well, that certainly is one of the biggest things that's hit the industry in the last 5 years is artificial intelligence. It's certainly on the office side, we're using it all the time. We're leaning into it as a company, you know, making sure that everybody's trained in it, that's available on their computers. It's funny, you know, we all recognize it. We know when it's being used, like, oh, that's a really nice email that you sent me. It came right out of ChatGPT, but nevertheless, it's okay. I get this, and this is the way I kind of look at it. When I think about clients and I think about people who work, it's an expectation. It's the starting point that you have done your homework with AI and you understand what you're walking into from a meeting wise or who you're meeting with, and then you go from there as a human. I do see, because I live in the qualifications-based selection world, that some of the times when you write a proposal, well, that's done by this nowadays, you know. But what's not done by this is the interview. You know, when you can actually sit down with a client, talk to them human to human, and that's how I think the future is going to look, whether it's going to be low bid or whether it's going to be what kind of chemistry do we have together when we meet. So that's okay. It's just where we're headed.
I think from my perspective, I'll take a little different view of this. And what I've seen in the last 5 years is related to this workforce challenge is a war on talent. And what I mean by that is I'm seeing movement among the consulting world, movement among the owner world. And what that does is when you're starting a project with somebody and then there's movement. Someone leaves the company or someone leaves the city and that knowledge is gone and you're having to almost restart the project in a sense. And so I would say the last 5 years coming out of the pandemic or so, I've been noticing just movement amongst the industry. And I think it has to do with the fact that there's a lot of opportunity going on right now. I mean, there's a lot of infrastructure improvement going on and everyone's fighting for that talent. So.
Thank you for that. All right, well, we only have a few minutes left, and we had a really great pre-conversation before we got to this panel, and a few of you identified projects that you thought were really successful. I'd like to give you some time to kind of toot your own horns about those and talk about them. Why were they successful? You identified really great things in our call, so either Frank or Bill, I think, Bill, you identified a Caltrans project out of Santa Barbara, and Frank, the Gonzales Community Center. Why don't you unpack those a little bit for us in our last few minutes and leave us on a high note?
Yeah, sure. So Actually, I'm gonna focus on, because it was mentioned today, the Imjin Parkway project. So Harris led that project as the construction manager, owner advisor, worked with the contractor there, and we also provided some environmental permit and compliance support. Now that project was delayed for like, I think a year. And it was delayed because of the environmental regulatory issues that it had. And which was unfortunate, because in my business, we don't want to keep people on the bench. You know, we signed up for a job, we're ready to rock and roll, very much like a contractor. And we had to find ways to keep our people busy for a year. But what ended up happening during that time frame, it allowed our CM team to lean in on constructability, bidability review on the project. It allowed us to partner with the contractor to really identify opportunities for improvement on that project. It also allowed us to identify how to approach community outreach and make sure that this is a major travel way that impacts a lot of people that come through here. And how do we get the word out? How do we connect with the community so they know when certain sections of the road are closed, certain turn movements are closed? So it turned into be a really good opportunity for us to lean in. And so what I would promote here, that wasn't an alternative delivery project, but it was collaborative and it allowed for time. So my pitch to the owners in the room is that you might have to pay for that up front in terms of getting the right people in the room, but it does lead to some success. And I've seen this time and time again in my career, where you do have the right people sitting at that table, rolling up the sleeves, having conversations. It leads to a really good partnership once you get into construction. Because once you're mobilized and once dirt's moving, it's moving, right? You don't want to stop it. So I would promote that. And that's how Imjin Parkway was delivered. It was a really successful project for us and the city.
It's a good story, it really is. I talked about this a little bit earlier. Granite is currently building a project in Santa Barbara on Highway 101 with Caltrans District 5 and Santa Barbara SB-CAG, which is the transportation agency down there. And it's a complex multi-segment job that goes from Carpinteria all the way up into Santa Barbara. And it's got, cities and county, it's got coastal development permitting, it's got all the other regulatory permitting, it's got streams and highly engaged stakeholders like Oprah and Kevin Costner and stuff like that. And so Caltrans brought on the CMGC process because they wanted to make sure that it got delivered right and as quick as possible. They also knew that there was going to be different permitting requirements and conditions as we moved along the corridor, and it was going to be segmented because the funding was going to come in a little bit at a time, kind of tracking with the SB1 cycles, which comes around once every 2 years. So we've been working, we were selected back in 2019. We didn't really know what we were getting into, and everybody took a leap of faith, and we worked around the clock to, I shouldn't say around the clock, we worked a lot to prosecute the design process, get that project to a shovel-ready point, get the funding from CTC, and then get that job into construction. And then we've been marching along with segment after segment, and now we're up to the last segment, which is feeding right into the city of Santa Barbara. And it's been a wonderful project, a great collaboration between the county and the cities and Caltrans and the contractors and subcontractors and suppliers and the whole community there to deliver some amazing benefits for that entire South Santa Barbara County.
Are you telling me it's almost done?
2 more years. 2 more years.
I camp in Ventura and I've gotten stopped in it several times.
It's funny. I'm glad you brought that up, because sometimes in CMGC you don't, or in projects that are accelerated, that you don't really feel like how bad it could have been. Yeah. With a traditional delivery, it probably would have taken 15, maybe 20 years to get it done.
So I do have a story as well. As the vice president of the Measure X committee, I want to point out that the roundabouts in Marina that were popped up on the screen earlier was a phenomenal project. It went smoothly. My daughter lives out there, so I travel there quite a bit and never really had an issue with being notified of closures, being rerouted. They really did a wonderful job of managing the traffic while they put those in, and they're beautiful. They work very well.
Awesome. Great to hear some success stories. So we have some questions from the audience. Anyone jump in here if you feel like you can answer it. Do you find that design build helps eliminate unforeseen conditions, RFIs, and change orders in the construction project?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say so.
100%.
Yes, I mean,
Everybody just
I
shake
mean, if
their
we're
head.
talking about progressive design build or see, 100%. I mean, you get all that stuff worked out ahead of time, and change orders are almost unheard of unless they're like betterments or enhancements that stakeholders want.
Definitely. All right, and then we have a labor-related question. This one's interesting. State regulations and CEQA require the use of skilled and trained workforce. What are your thoughts on whether AI-operated equipment will be problematic in that format?
Yes. Whoever asked that question, I definitely think, definitely think that that will be an issue.
It'll be interesting to see unfold, that's for sure.
Yeah.
and I think the way regulatory compliance has gone, and again, it relates back to what I said earlier, of just movement and sometimes on the regulatory side, you don't get the same regulator you've been working with for the past year. You get someone new, and then they throw on some new requirements. And so just the way things are going there, yeah, I can't see it. It's gonna be a challenge trying to implement something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, Granite's a union contractor in California, so we have a tight relationship with labor, and we're going to figure it out together, but it's something that has to be figured out.
Not in my lifetime.
All right, do we have any more questions? Good to go. All right, well, thank you all. You're all great. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna take about a 15-minute break and reset the stage for our closing fireside chat with the mayor and his guest. Okay. So we'll be back at 3 o'clock. All right. So we're at the end of our day, but we're closing out with an amazing conversation. So we're closing our day with our fireside chat with Mayor Donahue, who's back here on the stage with his guest, Brian Dowd. And Brian Dowd is the Senior Vice President of Construction at Granite Construction and provides operational oversight for Granite's Western operating regions, including California, Alaska, and the Pacific Northwest. He establishes strategic direction and performance standards for financial results, safety, and environmental compliance. Since joining Granite nearly 40 years ago, Brian has held a range of corporate and operational leadership roles and brings extensive experience leading high-performing teams and complex projects. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of California, Berkeley, and is a registered professional engineer in California and Nevada. His professional affiliations include serving on the board of directors for the California Alliance for Jobs and Transportation California, and he's also a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers. So please welcome Mayor Donahue and Brian Dowd.
Thank you, Sophie. Well, I'm kind of glad we had a break, and I'm kind of wish we hadn't, because we now stand between you all and the weekend. But Brian and I, as you heard from a lot of the other panelists, everybody had pre-meetings. I can absolutely assure you, everything we discussed for our pre-meeting has already been discussed. And so we spent a few minutes going, well, now what do we talk about? But we'll figure out something, and if it doesn't go a half hour, we'll all be fine with that. But first of all, Brian, I wanted to as I thought about it, because I think it was a lot of information, and really very, very informative. So I thought that kind of the approach we might take is a little bit of a recap. What did you think about some of the highlights? But though, and I appreciated Sophie's introduction, but talk just before we kind of dive in a little bit. And I know we had Bill here from Granite, and Granite's well represented. Anything, one of the things I'm struck about Granite is just just because of the size of your company, the geographic scope of the work and the nature of your projects, I mean, you folks, I mean, and we'll get to this question as a follow-up. We started the morning with one of the things was who's going to finance the future. But how does an organization, given the backdrop, we're changing funding, changing just all the changes in the world, how do you look at the world and build your game plan, and how far out do you look?
It's been interesting over the 40 years at Granite that horizon that you look at, for me, has gotten longer and longer. When you first start out as a young engineer, it's just like what's happening today. And then as you move into these different roles, you start thinking broader about not just what projects are we going to go after, but like how do we help make sure that there's a sustainable funding stream? And Kiana had a great presentation earlier with Bob, Tiffany, about the funding challenge, and I'm on the board of the Transportation California, and that's all about how do we make sure that there is a sustainable funding stream out in front of us. And I think most people are aware of it, and Kiana certainly talked about it, that as we have more EVs, as vehicles have gotten, higher and higher miles per gallon, the funding stream that we all rely upon is getting smaller and smaller. At the same time that the costs of construction has gone up higher and higher. So it is interesting that, that horizon has gotten much, much longer. We talk a lot about it. Don Rowland's here. He works in government affairs for Granite, so he's back in DC quite a bit, up in Sacramento, and really focused on how do we make sure that there is funding streams in place for these projects. And so for us, when we're thinking about, and Bill alluded to it, the jobs that we're gonna go after, is there funding there? And how sure are we that it's going to actually get delivered upon? So it has been an interesting journey for me and my level of engagement around that. And I find myself spending more and more time with that long horizon out in front of us. And I think, everybody in the room is in the same place of how do we, that's what a big part of today was. How do we make sure we have the funds to build this work?
And one of the things that came up was kind of, I think it was Steph, just kind of this framing of Main Street and Wall Street, and Granite uniquely lives in that world as well, because thank you for repaving Laurel Drive. That made a lot of people happy.
We were happy to do that.
But we appreciated it. But you also do big projects. So what did you think of, as part of the financing conversation, that framing?
It was actually really insightful for me, because even though I've been focused more on, how do we pay for these projects, it's more like how do we generate the revenue. But the finance side certainly is very interesting. And there were some things I learned today that were new, I think opportunities that I hadn't thought about. So, that's something that I think as an industry, and that's including all the owners that we're working with, how can we work together on putting together these infrastructure finance districts and things like that, that I hadn't thought about before. So that was a big bonus for me today.
Well, I was certainly glad to hear that cities may be in an interesting position, because they can, Colorado may not be able to bond things anymore,
right,
but we can.
But we can.
Yeah, so I was glad to hear that,
Yeah,
and
no,
I think
that was-
that's important.
that was some
But
good insight.
I had a chance to spend a little time with her yesterday, and this community concept, I was really intrigued by, and then I tried to kind of go, well, okay, what does that feel? What's that look like really? And so what I came up with was, okay, this is kind of like the whole city of Green Bay owns the Green Bay Packers,
right?
And it really is their team.
Yep.
And so I was kind of curious what you thought about that conversation.
Yeah, for me, my takeaway is the only way this is going to work is going to be an all of the above answer, and looking at what are all the options and how do we deploy those options, and what type of infrastructure can we deploy those options on. I mean, some of what they were talking about, I was trying to wrap my head around. Well, how are you going to build, a road or a freeway off of that? Yeah, okay, city hall or a revenue generating property. that makes sense. Roads gets a little bit more challenging, but there are other financial tools that we can deploy. So that was one of the insights for me that I think was beneficial.
You know, the other thing is, and I do want to talk about, you know, when I looked at the whole regulatory environment, you know, I think the design build obviously accelerates things. It leads, you know, and really this is kind of small potatoes in comparison, but you know, I think the city moving towards a 2-year general fund budget cycle, 5-year capital outlook, you know, that's better. That helps eliminate kind of the stop-start component of projects, and you know, and better planning leads to better efficiency and quicker and lowers costs. You know, so what can, since we're here with the city, though we know our good friends from King City are here, what can cities do to, you know, really in your mind? Obviously, we can look at, you know, the different taxing increments and that sort of thing, but what advice would you be giving Salinas after today?
Well, and Bill referenced it earlier, just the collaborative approach, and you know, it's not necessarily small potatoes. And you know, over the years we've talked about doing driveways to highways and everything in between. So we'll build it. But how can we collaborate on that? And for instance, if the city has multiple streets that need improvement that may take 10 or 15 years if you go street by street, you know, how could we look at that as a program and work together and engage all the stakeholders to figure out, okay, how can we deliver this, pull it forward, you know, and maybe you're pledging future funds to bring it forward and get it done cheaper now and make it way more efficient so you're not having as big a impact. And we talked about that, you know, maybe we do all that work at once and it's not dribble drab over 10 years where it's impacting the community that whole time. So, you know, I do think there's opportunity for that.
You know, it's interesting. There's obviously been a lot of conversations about housing in this community, and there really is an element of timing is everything. I mean, if you're the mayor, sometimes people pick on the mayor, and it's true. And they'll say, well, how come Marina built housing? But you know, timing is everything. The first time I was mayor, they said, hey, we got to get the future growth area annexed, and we worked hard, fast tracked it, got it, you know, into LAFCO for annexation very quickly. And then, well, if you want to call it the Great Recession or the Depression, that happened, and that impacted the rest of the decade. And then here comes COVID. So depending upon what cities are going through, whatever process, you know, their timing may be a little more fortuitous. But you know, I think Larry Cosmott really laid out what's the challenge. What are the challenges right now that are affecting cost and projects? You know, I told the story at City Council the other day in terms of just to illustrate rising cost in my own lifetime. You know, when the varsity baseball team had to go out to Sherwood to play ball, and none of us had any money, but I happened to have a quarter. It bought a gallon of gas. We made it from Palma and back. But you know, last time I checked, I think I was looking at $6. So how serious? I mean, if we're able to commit longer term, can you really lock in costs?
Yeah, I mean, that's been a huge challenge, starting with COVID, and then, you know, some of the uncertainty in the market just with the war going on and whatnot. So, and on bid day, as we're bidding jobs, sometimes it's like, this quote's good for 30 days. And so we don't always get the job awarded in 30 days. And so we're trying to figure out what do we do in the bid room. And so there are ways to address that. Trying to, you know, it's risk on both sides, and we're either going to put too much money in there and then you get hurt, or we're going to put not enough and we get hurt.
Now, you know, part of our pregame conversation is coming back to me a couple of weeks ago. So that issue of risk mitigation, how are you looking at that?
So that's another benefit in the collaborative delivery process, and I think Bill did a good job of talking about it earlier. It's not a one size fits all, whether it's progressive design build or CMGC or design build. those are all arrows in the quiver in my mind that get deployed in the right situation. If it's just a straight overlay, you know, you don't need to go collaborative delivery on that. Like you're going to bid it out and you're going to get a competitive price and go do the work. But some of these longer term, as Bill said, multi-phase, those types of things, that's where that collaborative delivery, I think, is really beneficial. And then a big part of that early phase is identifying all the risks, trying to get rid of those risks, and we design those out. And if we can't, then let's figure out who owns the risk, who best can manage that risk. And so is it better for me to take that risk around those increased pricing, or is it better for you? Like I said earlier, we're either going to put too much or too little money. And so if we can put it on a risk register, then we've identified it and we can feel good about how we're managing that. So in a collaborative delivery environment, that's the best approach in my mind. In a hard bid build, it's what are we doing on bid day and how much risk are we going to take on?
Well, you know, the other thing about, you know, the collaborative approach, and I'm wondering how it plays into, you know, because a couple of the accent pieces of the day were the issue of labor, you know, and so what's your outlook in terms of availability and skill sets? I think we certainly heard loud and clear it's tough to get plumbers, but but you know, the trades are not just limited to that. So how are you looking at that? And you know, for instance, when Granite starts to look into the community in terms of where your philanthropic efforts, I've got to assume you're looking at education at some level.
Absolutely. We were talking about it at our table earlier that, you know, we've engaged, and I've seen this over the years, we're engaging earlier and earlier with folks, like getting into middle school and trying to get them to realize that this is a good career to go into the trades. And so I see we're working with the unions. Obviously, they have their apprenticeship programs. We're working with our associations, you know, AGC and UConn, trying to get out and engage with students so they're not getting the message that you got to go to college to be successful. Like you can have a really good career working in the trades. And then how do we give them that pathway? Because it's one thing to say, yeah, you can go, you know, be a blade operator and make a really good living, but they're like, okay, that looks cool. How do I even do that? And so that's a big piece of what AGC has been doing over the last few years, is helping people see what are the steps you have to take so that you can get into those apprenticeship programs and ultimately become a journeyman.
You know, speaking of the unions and trade, you know, this conversation, at least kind of in parentheses, implies you're really focused on labor costs. Should, you know, given this area, I mean, my sense is, and you all have said, hey, there's a lot going on in infrastructure in terms of, you know, finding an available workforce. I mean, my general impression is, and I know those relationships are very, very specific, but you obviously live in that world. Is it fair to basically assume, in broad strokes, this infrastructure issue should be a rising tide that lifts all boats?
We certainly think so. And you know, the age of our craft workforce has gotten higher and higher, the average age. So that's a huge concern for us. And we don't see enough coming in to replace them. And so that's why the effort around how do we get out into the schools and engage with these younger folks to get them thinking differently about that. And then, you know, it came up on the earlier panel with automation. Not necessarily we're going to have a fleet of, you know, equipment and running around with nobody in them, but we are working on that. We've got, I was down in Arizona, Caterpillar has a huge proving grounds down there, and it's remote operation of equipment. And I was sitting in there operating an excavator that was a mile down the road, which was really interesting. And then ultimately they're looking at, you know, could you have one operator running more than one piece of equipment between the remote and automated? And so we've looked at that with automated compaction rollers, where you program in the rolling pattern and there's someone monitoring it, but they can monitor more than one. And so, and that's something that we're, you know, working with our union partners, because we don't have enough people coming up into the trades. So, you know, it's really trying to get more work done with the same number of people.
And another question I just kind of want to pick up on, it's the public-private partnership catches, and it's obviously caught on. I mean, and it's been around for a while, and we saw heard some great examples of that today. But I think to the extent it really begins to impact major infrastructure projects. For instance, in our own community, occasionally the word Amazon comes up, and Meg is doing a great job on community engagement, and we're kind of sitting there going, we're a little impatient. We're trying to figure out how to get 2031 into 2028. And there's some real challenges. Could you, let's say, part of our and we've had these conversations. There's a lot of great work that's getting ready to be done, but we also know the north entrance to either 101, and again, there's been some really, I think, helpful. Here's some potential mitigation issues you can do in the meantime. But if we wanted, for the sake of conversation, let's say all of a sudden somebody wanted to bring back the East Side Bypass, and it's not on anyone's drawing board, but we could figure out how to finance it. So the money's there. We've bid it out properly and fairly. Could that happen privately? What would we need from the state to have that kind of blessing? And how long would that type of project take from start to finish? Because I think even in a new world order, there's still something, I think, in terms of managing expectations. Even if things go faster, how long are they still going to take on a major project?
Yeah, I think, boy, a whole bunch of thoughts come up for me on that. I think that's a great example. The Amazon, like there is a revenue stream there and a commitment from Amazon. So how do we leverage that to try to pull some of this work forward in a more efficient manner? Public-private partnership, I would say, is it's public and private. It's a quasi-public.
Right, but presuming we can finance it. How do we do something that isn't necessarily on the drawing board with the state? And and we appreciate the fact they have to go through their processes, and it's a big state. But if the Salinas Valley, aka Monterey County, wanted to say, okay, that's great, we got it, but we need to move quicker, and we have the means to do it, and let's say we even granted a license to do it, how long would it take?
That's a great question. And if I could get a solid answer.
I'm not going to hold you to it.
No, I think one of the things that's working in our favor, I believe, right now is that the conversation around how long would it take has shifted. With the whole discussion around abundance and how do we, we've overregulated everything and it's taking way too long. We need more housing. We put too many roadblocks in the way. So I think, the governor's talked about it. I think a lot of the legislators have talked about it. So I think there are opportunities to try to speed that process up and be more efficient in getting through the regulatory process. So I do think there's a unique opportunity right now. It was interesting. I was talking earlier when SB1 passed, like our board of directors, like, this is great. You guys, next year you're going to have a ton of work. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. That's the money's going to start accumulating, and then they can start programming it. Then you got to go design it, and 6 to 7 years later. So how do we shrink that up? And I do think there's a good opportunity to take a 6 or 7 year process, or in some case 10-year process, and cut it in half. I mean, to me, that's the type of thinking that we need to bring to the table. Like, okay, how are we going to make that happen collectively? And again, I think taking in that type of a situation, a collaborative delivery approach makes a ton of sense. That's where you're going to get in and you're going to look at what are some of the permitting challenges that we can all work together to get through. And you can go through that collaborative delivery and still provide opportunities for contractors, even the general that's bidding out packages, to make sure there's opportunity for plenty of participation so that, people don't feel like they're getting left in the rearview mirror.
One of the things I hope today shed a light on, as we look at things from a Salinas perspective, more and more I want people to understand that the ability to accomplish some of the objectives we have on infrastructure, really, there is a real interdependence with TAMZ, MST, Monterey One Water, that type of thing, in order to get things done. Is that the world you've generally lived in all along, or because I think the ability to work together is critical and necessary. Does that complicate Granite's life, or
No, I think
that's okay? That's kind of
the water we're swimming in these days. And I think, actually our prior CEO, Bill Dorey, he was a very collaborative person. He helped bring partnering into Caltrans, and that's just kind of how we think about things. And what I think has happened is the industry has moved in that direction. And I think at this point, that's really how projects are going to get done. And that whole interdisciplinary, interagency is going to be more and more crucial. So what I think about is, how do we do that more effectively? Like, what can we put in place to make sure that we're in conversation, we're all working together with that defined goal at the end, and you're constantly looking at how can we be more effective in doing this, and not, oh, wait a minute, you didn't talk to me about that, or, I think that's the collaboration piece that's super important.
Well, one of the things I like to do when occasionally I do a fireside chat is end with a very simple question. Did we miss anything? Any final thoughts? Because I usually have my best comments after I leave a stage or stuff like,
Yeah,
oh, I should.
why didn't I say that?
I should have said. So rather than have you take off and go, I should have said, tell us now.
Yeah, nothing comes to mind. Like I said earlier, there were some good insights today that I didn't anticipate coming. And so that, to me, it's maybe the missing piece is I really want to follow up on some of that and learn more about, some of these finance districts and opportunities there that I just wasn't aware that existed. So
who knows? This might have to become an annual event.
Yeah.
So with that, a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank you, Brian. So please join me in doing that. I want to thank everybody who put together today. So the team at the city that made it happen. So thank you for that. And I particular kudos to Colleen and everybody who was involved in putting together the program. I think we can all agree. I mean, without even having heard the speakers, I just looked at it and go, "Wow, this is going to be good," and I think it was. So congratulations and thank you. And I want to thank all of our speakers, because I know some of them came a distance, and we appreciate that. And so with that, I hope you found the summit of value. I can assure you it's been on our radar and our to-do list for some time, and so I think all of us dropped some pretty good breadcrumbs to the future, and I think there are things for us to all be looking at and check and seeing what kind of progress we make. So with that, I think it's class dismissed. Have a good weekend.